Hello, everyone. Welcome to an extra special stream today. We're joined by special guest Qodec here. Would you like to introduce yourself in case anyone who's somehow watching the stream and doesn't know who you are?
Um, Sometimes I'm in YouTube chat too, and I post under the name of Penguin F. So that's a little bit different, but it's the same person. So you probably know who I am.
You've also been featured many times on this channel and on Cracking the Cryptic with your puzzles as well. So it will be exciting to see. So I will keep the stream announcements short today so that we can jump into solving some puzzles with Qodec. But I did want to say our next stream is on Christmas, so December 25th. We're going to stream that day, and that day we are going to do, among other things, my Secret Santa puzzle that I received from that day. So if you're looking forward to the Secret Santa puzzle, I think it looks cool. It has a given swordfish, which I think is a cool idea. So I will be interested to see that. So anyway, you can see that and more on there, and I'll be co-solving with Tristan, so you can see him as well. Do you have your Secret Santa puzzle? Have you already done your Secret Santa puzzle, Koda?
No, I'm gonna solve it tomorrow morning.
I see.
I'm very much looking forward to it. It's a pack of 4 puzzles linked together in a very interesting way.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, very much. And I'm really curious how it's going to work out, even because it's very symmetrical and it doesn't seem like it has enough information. But well, it should still solve, and I'm pretty sure that people tested it. So
Yeah,
I'm
hopefully it won't
curious.
be that
Yeah,
the setter just like left out a clue, which I was always terrified of doing. I think I only
yeah.
did it once in my in the process of Secret Santa stuff, and it got caught. Fingers crossed.
Uh,
But the copying from here to here to here to here.
mm-hmm.
Alrighty, so we're going to start with this Richard Stolk puzzle. So this is Squares of Parity Sudoku. So if you don't know Richard Stolk, he posts one puzzle per week, right, with a different rule set every time, I think is the thing. I don't know what number this is. I think on the LMD, I think it actually says what number it is. It's a number a lot. So Richard is definitely one of the experts. So we have here classic Sudoku rules. And then squares. I enjoy how it says the square correctly indicates the number of even digits or the number of odd digits in the horizontal and vertically adjacent cells. So this is going to, so if this cell, for example, counts the number of even or the number of odd digits in, I believe, those 4 cells, is that how you interpret that?
I'm trying to read the thing again. It's a little confusing, but I'm gonna get there. Even digits and or number of odd digits. All right, yeah, okay, got it.
And then a circle indicates the sum of the digit in 2 or more of those up to 4 horizontally or vertically adjacent cells. So this digit could be the sum of all 4 of these, or it could be the sum of those 3, or it could be the sum of those 2. That's how I interpret the circle.
Yeah.
And then we have to remember all squares are given, but not all circles are given. God, can you imagine trying to make sure that you'd given all circles? I cannot imagine going back and trying to make sure that I'd not missed a circle that could be given. So I do not blame Richard for not including that as a negative constraint.
Yeah, and I think the puzzle would have had a lot more circles anyway, and might be a bit confusing. So I think he could do it though.
I think we're going to guess that this will be a good betting tree. So if you want to place your guess as to what digit will go here.
I'm gonna try this function. Yeah, I think this works. Yeah, great. So how do I remove this 3 again?
How do you remove the 3? That is a good question. I've it's been a while since I've been on here. Let's see. I think under annotate, I think under the options, there's an erase or an undo.
Okay.
And
Let's
a
try it.
clear. So any of those should work. Do you have a betting tree strategy? Are you always a bet 3 person, or do you mix it up? And
I always bet 3, even if I know it's wrong.
I see. Okay, that is fair. Oops, and I'm now in annotation mode and now can't actually write on the thing. And now there's a little blue dot that no one except you can see that I put over on the corner marks thing. So so the thing I've noticed is that in all the squares, the digits are 1, 2, 3, or 4. At least I think I believe that. So I think that gives us a quadruple. And I'm pretty sure that one's not 4, and I'm pretty sure that one's not 4. In fact, this one I think even can't be 3, right? Oh, this one can't be 4 either.
Are you sure?
Because this one only has, because it's not counting itself, right? Because this is only adjacent to these 2 cells, right? Am I?
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
So I think this one's at most 2, and then this one's only adjacent to 3 cells. So I think, and this one's also only adjacent to 3 cells.
Yeah, somehow my mind went through all neighbors, so it automatically assigned 3, like maximum of 3 to the top left cell. But of course,
that is what I kept expecting the rules to be, and then I kept reading them and it didn't say that. And before we started streaming, I reread it several times trying to convince myself that actually it did say that, but at no point did it actually say that, was what I convinced myself. But I went through exactly the same thought process.
Do we have a digit?
So we have a digit, yes, because we've got a 1, 2, 3 triple, and so therefore this is a 4.
Yay, we have a digit.
And we get to go with our 4 dance.
Yeah.
You have friends. Do you want to introduce your friends as well, Qodec?
Yeah, they're sisters, these flowers. They like to dance together.
Excellent. That is very nice. That will set you apart from other Sudoku streamers, having a pair that dance together. And so Jay Dyer in chat was suggesting that we probably know what parity this is counting. Oh, we have a donation from DDX. Oh, thank you, DDX. We'll get you a donation dance for that. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow.
Woohoo! Thank you so much, DDX. Thank you for the shekels. Much appreciated. Love the love. So Jay Dyer points out we know what parity the 4 must be counting because there aren't 4 even digits left in the box. So these digits must all be odd. And I think I believe that.
I agree.
So these must be, what are the odd numbers again? 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And these aren't 1 or 3 because we have a 1 and a 3 in the box. So there are 5, 7, 9 triples. So these are a pair.
6 and 8.
6 and 8.
And those are totals.
Yes. Totals of some cells. So I'm going to guess that these 2 cells are not both included in the total that's adding to 6 or 8. So now Garion notices that both of these cells are odd. And by virtue of the fact that both of these cells are odd, this cell can only be a 0 or a 2, but it can't be a 0 because there aren't zeros in this puzzle. So it must be counting the odds and must be a 2.
I really like this puzzle so far. It's so elegant.
I really like this break-in. Just the fact that this all resolves is very cool. So now this cell can't be a 3 because it would require 3 evens, and this is never even. So this must be a 1. And it must be counting the 1 odd that is in this cell. So and now this 3 must be counting that this is also odd. This isn't a 1, so it's a 2 or a 3.
I think we may say something about row 1, column 4. I think it's odd too, isn't it?
Let's see. Does it have to be?
Well, it can only sum 2 numbers, the 6 or the 8, not 3.
Oh, right. Even if it sums it's not possible that it sums the 6 here, a 1 here, and a 2 here.
Hello, David. Hello, everybody else. Just reading the chat for a second.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Is it? Is there a reason this can't be a 9 with a 6 and a 1 and a 2?
I was looking at the circle next to it, and the circle in row 1, column 3. That's a total 2, right?
Yeah, this is a total. Ah, right. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Okay, got
Yes,
it.
right. That's the point. It's not summing these two. So it's definitely summing. So this one definitely sums this and this. So therefore this has to be odd. Got it. Okay, yes. And it can't be a 1. So this is a, I mean,
Oh, right, yeah, it can't be
can't
a
this
1.
only be a 3?
It
I
can
think
only be
this
a 3.
can only be a 3, which I think means
Yeah, that's an
that
8.
one of these is a 5 and this is an
Yeah.
8. So this is a 6. Very cool. And now these are in fact a 1 and a 2, right? Because in order to make this a sum of 3, and we know the order. Very cool. That's a 4. Ah, and so as soon as that's a 4, these are both even, because 4 of them have the same parity, and so this has got to be an 8.
8.
And this has got to be a 6 or an 8, and I don't think we know which one yet. This has become a 3. Let's see. I suspect from watching you solve, you would just pencil mark this quadruple right away, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would. Yeah, absolutely.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then I won't feel any shame about doing so. I remember, I think the very first puzzle I watched you solve was a 159. I don't remember if it was one of my 159s or one of someone else's 159. And the first thing you did was just pencil mark 1 through 9 in every pink cell in the grid, which I think probably would make 159s a lot easier if everyone just did that. Yeah, coloring them might be my style. Let's see. Okay, so we only get one more 5, 7, 9 in this row. Do we know whether this thing sees 3 evens or 3 odds somehow? I don't feel like I do.
Well, 2 cannot go in the cell below it. So it definitely doesn't see a 2.
Ah, right. Okay, right. So the 2 is actually in only one of these 2 cells because 2 can't be a sum of 2 orthogonally adjacent cells.
So if it would see evens, then it would have to see 4, 6, and 8.
Actually,
but the
wait.
cell you're highlighting,
I have a concern. Is it possible that the 2 actually is a sum of 2 1s in, say, those 2 cells?
Oh, that's a very good point.
I liked your point a lot, but I'm afraid it's not true.
Ooh. Okay. Very sharp.
My brain was like, oh, I see why it's orthogonally adjacent so that the digits can't repeat. And then as I was in my brain thinking that, I was like, oh, wait. It's not a 1 in the circle. That's true. So one of these cells is definitely a 1.
So if it sees odd cells, it sees 5, 7, and 9. If it sees even cells, it sees a 2. And it definitely sees an 8. East or west of it.
Oh, right. There's definitely an 8 in one of those cells, right? And so if these both want to be even, it would have to see a 6 and an 8.
And a 2.
Yeah, it would see a 2 down there. There's definitely a 4 up here, I suppose. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. I was going to briefly say, oh, don't we just know that this can only be like a 1 or a 2? But no, this is the wrong kind of thing. This is the other kind of cell. This is a sum of 2 cells.
It's still not a 4.
It's still not a 4. That's true. Okay, let's write in what this can be. Maybe this is more restricted than I'm giving it credit for. 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's not a 4, which we'll say in a second. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and it can't be a 4 because 4 would need to be a sum of 3 and 1, and certainly not. And it can't be a 5 either because it would need to be 2 and 3 or 1 and 4, and it can't be either of those either. So it's at least a 6. is either way of making 6 available. No, neither way of
Nope.
making 6 is available either, because both 1, 5 and 2, 4 are unallowed. Okay, so it turns out this cell
it's
was more
9.
restricted.
It's 4 plus 5. 3 is unavailable too.
Yep, so it's not 1, 6 or 2, 5 or 3, 4. So yep, so it is in fact a 9. And as you say, it has to be 4 plus 5. Very nice. Okay, so that's a 4, that's a 5, and that's an 8. Very nice. That did not look at all like that was going to just fill in to me, but
No, and now it's a 2.
yep, and now this is a 2, right? Absolutely, because now it needs to be an even digit and it can't be a 6. And so now we know that's a 1, and one of these two is a 1 in order to make that that happen. Very cool. Really enjoying this. So probably that's the one that's the one for this circle, but I don't think we technically know. This
Yeah,
cell I
that's a
think can
6.
only be a 6 or a 7.
It's
Oh,
a
you
6.
I think it is definitely a 6. Why do I know it's not a 7?
It's a hidden single. Row 3 cannot have a 6.
Oh, sorry, row 3. Right. Sorry. Yes, there we go. The 6 is ruled out of these. So just from the Sudoku perspective, this is a 6. And so now these are a 1 and a 7. And so these are not 7s. And we've got these 5, 7, 9 chocolate teapot triples.
Oh, there's a 6 in a circle.
There is a 6 in a circle. So it could be it can't be a 5 and a 1 because there's a 1 over there. So it's got to be 4 and 2,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
That has to be a 2 in order to make that work. I like these circles. The circles are very, very interesting. Oh, David makes a good reminder, which is that I should remind everyone to take a second to like the stream. It is always greatly appreciated when people do that. So if you can take a second, I will do it now. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, everyone. I realize I rarely remember to like my own stream. Okay, so
Can you even do that?
This 5 and this being 5, is that possible?
Yeah, with a 4 below it.
Yeah, that I think that does look good, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Regrettable. 1, I guess, in this box is starting to only go in a very small number of places. Oh, I might as well take out that one's 4 because I know that one's never a 4. Let's see.
I'm trying to find a weak point here. Is there some negative constraint or?
Chat points out the 8th circle that we just didn't do.
Oh. Thanks, chat, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. And yes, so 8 needs to be 5 plus 3. It's not 7 plus 3. So that's a 5, a 9, and a 7. So that is a 5 and a 7. And so now this 5 must be 1 plus 4. So that's a 7. These aren't 7 anymore. That is not 4 anymore. Now this circle, if only I knew what that digit was, I would know a fairly small range of things that this could be. Interesting. We might actually pencil mark this because it's actually so restricted. We might actually already be able to know what this is. Probably not quite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I guess, are the options. In order for this to be a 3, I guess this would have to be a 2, which is okay. Yeah, maybe there's 5 would be fine.
It could also sum 3 numbers. So
yeah. Oh well, yeah.
I'm looking at the 2 and in connection with the negative constraint, the 2 in row 4.
Oh, I'd forgotten there was a negative constraint. Yeah.
It sees 2 evens.
So it needs to see another even. Right, right. Because otherwise, if it only saw these two evens, then
Yeah.
there would be a box there. So either this is a 4 or this is a 6 or an 8.
Almost good.
So close. Yeah, the
Hmm.
this 4 currently sees 2 odd digits, so it needs to see an even digit in one of these two for the same reason. Oh, let's see. Chat says I should look at the negative constraint on this digit.
Oh, that's a lot
Yes.
simpler, isn't it? Yeah.
It is very nice. Chat is very good at finding these things. Thank you, Changeable. So it currently sees 2 odds. If this were a 6, it would see 2 odds and 2 evens, which would be doubly bad. So that's got to be a 9 and a 6. You don't set with negative constraints very often, do you?
No, I really don't like them much.
They're just such a nightmare to set with, aren't they?
Yeah, and I tried setting one for the Kropke app, and it got rejected even. And
Oh no.
and well, of course it got rejected. It's almost impossible for me to create one that actually works. I admire people so much who can set negative constraints.
I will say I really enjoy doing negative Kropke puzzles or negative XV puzzles. I find those two to be particularly enjoyable to do, but setting them just goes sideways so quickly.
If done well, maybe, but I often end up in these situations where grid looks exactly like the one on screen, where you have 3 boxes resolved, and then you go like a printer, you go through the entire grid, row by row by row by row, and the negative constraint will just give you every digit that you want. Yeah, so it's always a bit weird.
Hey Karen, welcome. Yeah, I like the welcome, or I like the printer analogy. That is that may or may not be what's happening here, depending on I'm not sure.
It's not that likely, but no, who knows?
Let's see. I did make one puzzle where I wanted it to be like a negative XV Kropke puzzle, but then like towards the borders, it just was going to give way too many clues, and then you were going to solve it and not at all the way I intended. And so I just made it only negative in the middle rows, like in the middle 5 rows, which gave more control over it so that it didn't sort of devolve into that. That was like I think that is the most recent negative puzzle, and that was forever ago.
It's creative. Where is it?
Yes, what is it we're meant to do?
I'm even reading chat right now, and because they're really smart. And right now, there's nothing there, is it?
Interesting. Okay, so Carl says if this cell is 2, then it will have at least 3 odds around it. Right, because if this was a 2, that would be the 3rd even for the box. We would only be allowed 1 more even, so this could never be a 2.
Ooh.
That's very clever. Very smart spot there. Yeah, so if this is a 2, it's the 3rd even for the box. And so then I don't have any way of doing any of this.
Wow.
That is a very good spot. Oh, and Karen has become a new fan. Welcome, Karen. We'll get you a fan dance. Woo, 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 woo. Thank you so much for your support, Karen. Welcome. Great to have you here.
Hello, Karen.
And I should remember what it is. We proved it's not a 2, right? We proved it's not a 2. That, like, very carefully explain that and then fill in exactly the opposite of the thing I was supposed to have understood is my standard MO. And so if this is a 3, it must be seeing 3 odds because there aren't 3 evens for it to see. Do we know anything about like?
Are there any odds that?
I'm saying the only 2 odds left in this column are 5 and 7, but that doesn't seem super restrictive.
And it sees 1 even. It does.
It needs to see 1 even. This 3 felt so hard earned. I assumed it was going to do something once we found it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that was a really hard deduction. I mean, granted, I didn't find it, but it was a very hard deduction. I feel Carl deserves to be rewarded more.
Yeah. So the circle, almost next to it, in the same box, there's a circle. Can that be a 2?
I don't think so, because
it sees there's a 1 in both columns, 5 and 7. So it cannot be a 2.
Yeah, so these would have to both be 1, and I see a problem with that.
So 2.
Carl actually has another very smart point, which is the negative constraint on this 4 actually tells me that these cells can't all be odd. So wherever the even that this 3 sees is, it has to be one of these 2. And so these 2 are always odd.
Yeah. Oh. My phone. Well, it'll have to wait. I'll just bury it under a pillow so I don't hear it anymore.
There you go.
There. Yeah. Oh, I still hear it. Oh. Go away. Where's the mute button?
Mute button on the phone, yeah.
Well, if I press it on the phone, I'm always a little scared that whoever is calling me knows that I, so I just keep it going. And well, the 2, I think it's placed now, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, the 2 is, the 2 now, right. The 2 can only go here, beautiful. Now, well spotted, Jay. So now this isn't a 2. Let's fill in this this quadruple. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this one's apparently not a 3. It's probably not a 1 either.
And row 4, column 5 is an odd. I don't know if it's going to help much, but
okay, yeah, it's not a 1 or a 3, so it is a 5, 7, and it's so we get a 5, 7 pair, so it did help.
Oh, it did help.
Yeah,
that's unexpected.
This puzzle started off so gently and has become so merciless. Let's see. Might as well pencil mark this cell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, not 5. Sorry, there's a 5, 7 pair. Not 7 either because of the 5, 7 pair. 8 or 9. Okay, so this cell could be lots of things is the moral of the story. This 2 we have to make sure doesn't accidentally become squared. But I think all that says is that these 2 cells are the same parity. Because if they were opposite parities, it would be 2 and 2. We almost know that this cell isn't even, but we don't quite.
Todd has a good point. 2 in row 6 cannot be in the circle.
Right. Beautiful. Okay, so the 2 in row 6 goes here. Yes, excellently spotted, Todd. Okay, so now this digit is going to end up being quite large unless this cell is small, because the 1 and the 2 are gone. But let's see, Tallcat says this can't be a 3 anymore. That's true. Because it would need to be 1 plus 2 or 1 plus 1 plus 1, and this cell could be neither 1 nor 2. So that is that.
So the cell below it is either a 4 or it's odd. So the 5, 7, or 9 is a 4 plus odd plus odd plus odd is 4. +3 +1 +1.
Or it could be adding both the ones, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be 9. Okay, so it can still be anything.
I'm told by AFK it can't be 7. Because it can't be 4 + 3. It can't be 4 + 2 + 1. It can't be 4 + 1 + 1 + 1.
Okay, good point.
Oh, and this can't be 6. There's like 80,000 cases, but I think I agree with AFK that in every case, if you look around every place, that it breaks if it's 7. Oh, it could be 511. Oh, we missed all of the we missed all of the cases. We missed one of the cases. I was even convinced, but several
Hello,
people in
Isabella.
chat noticed that 5 + 1
Yeah.
+ 1 is an option.
Okay. Shoot. I thought the circle was going to give something, but no.
This is interesting in that we've got a 2 and a 2 so far, and we've got to get to 8 or 9. Of course, 5 2 2 or 7 2 would work with 9. What are we gonna? Is there any way this is ever 8? If this is 7 and 1,
yeah.
Or I guess 5 and 1 and then one of the 2s.
Yeah.
I guess technically we've proven in the worst possible way that this cell isn't a 9, because if this is a 9, that's an 8, and you can't make the sum work. Which is hideous, but I've seen it, so I'm going to take it. Do we get the same thing if this is an 8? No. If this is an 8, that can be a 9, and that's a 5, and that's okay.
Still some negative constraint again.
It's probably true. No. Okay, that.
So that circle in row 5 in box 4, is that going to give something? Because 2 is already gone.
Maybe. My gut reaction is, how could it possibly? But also, I don't see anywhere else to look. So last time I thought we weren't going to get anything out of a circle. It turned out like you could just literally fill it in. So yeah. Maybe it's so let's just say, okay, so this is not 3, so it's at least 4, but it's not 4 or 5. Could be, so this is only 6, 7, or 8. So that is at least a little bit interesting. Now, is 6 just ruled out, or is it possible that it's a 1 and a 5? I think it's possible it's a 1 and a 5, annoyingly, because I think either of these can be 5. So I think 6 is possible. I think 7, I think, is possible if I could do a 1 and a 6. And I think 8 might also be possible.
Okay.
I know one of these 2 is odd.
I keep looking at
the negative one was 2.
At the bet tree, thinking that it's a clue somehow. That's where the information is.
Yes, definitely. Is it possibly interesting that I have a 2-3 looking into this box and a 1-2-3 looking down? I guess not, because I already know where the 2 is in the box. So maybe not. Maybe so it's really just the 3 or the 1. Jay points out it could also be that all of these are even. Is that really possible? I guess I didn't contemplate that reality. But I guess that reality is technically possible. We have a 5-7-9 triple in this row.
Oh,
that's got to be the thing we're supposed to see. So that means left in the row, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these can only be from 3, 6, 8. Is that at all revealing?
Well,
if this
was a 3,
yeah, if this was a 3, that would have to be even. Is there any reason why it can't be? It seems hard for me to imagine.
Oh, that is a 3 because the 3 cannot go in the circle.
3 can't go. Oh, you're looking at, okay, yeah, you're looking
Yeah.
for where these are. Okay, got it. Yeah, so
Yeah.
3 in this box can't go in the circle because it would need to be like 1 plus 2, and there's no way it is. So this is the 3.
That's a 3.
And so now because this is a 3, this cell has to be even because otherwise it would be in a square. So this cell is not a 2, so it's a 4, 6, or an 8, I believe.
The cell below it is even too. It sees 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9.
Oh, nice spot. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Yep, sure is. Okay, so not a 2. So this is a 4, 6, or an 8. Nice.
Which means
4 can't work because there's no way it can be 1 plus 3. I don't think.
no, or 2 plus 2, or
Yeah.
1 plus 1 plus 2.
I think all the options are gone, although I said that before and it wasn't true, but I have more faith this time. If this were 6, it could be 4 there and 2 there, I think. I think is what it would have to be. Or
Oh,
maybe 5 there and 1 there would be okay, maybe.
the cell below the 1 in box 6 has to be even, negative constraint.
Ah, right. So yeah, so this is the last even for the box. So this is the 4, 6, or 8, and I'm being told by Sven it's not a 4. So in fact, that is a 4.
Wow.
Nice.
What a puzzle.
Unexpected. Yes, this is quite
That's
some
amazing.
setting. 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, these are from 5, 7, 9. I would not want to attempt to make this puzzle with the negative constraint. Thank you for that, Garian, for that that spot. Negative constraint on row 5, column 6, I am being told. Remember, so the point was, remember, we said these two have to be the same parity. Well, now we know that one is odd, so therefore this one is odd. I should have marked that somehow, but I have no idea how I would have marked that. I guess Simon would have put a P in the boxes.
P.
Yeah, for parity, I think is I have seen him do a few times just to say like these two cells are with the same parity.
Okay.
Okay, so now this is a 9 circle, so it could be a 2 and a 2 and a 5, I suppose. So actually, is there any way that this cell is involved in the sum? It's possible that there's no way. Oh, but even if this cell can't be involved in the sum, this could still be a 5 or a 7 because I could use 1, 2, or 2 2s. So my efforts to understand anything of this circle are now gone because this circle is satisfied automatically, regardless of what that is the thing I'm supposed to appreciate. I have a triple down here.
Yeah, that's 2, 4, and 6.
That sounds good. Let's see, and I have a triple down here.
5, 7, and 9.
9. Okay.
So we have a triple in row 6 in the 3 open cells. That's 1, 3, and 4.
On row 6. Yep, 1, 3, and 4. And this one apparently can only be a 4 out of those.
That's a naked single.
Yep.
Wow.
Unexpected, but true. Gonna have to be a little bit careful with these 1, 3s with the negative constraint. Let's see. Let's just fill in. These can be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and this one can't be 6, 7, or 8. So I think this one can only be 5 or 9. This one can be like anything somehow because it's got 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruples looking at it in different directions, but it turns out those don't really help. Oh, thank you, Jessica. Jessica has been a fan for 6 months now. Wow, it's crazy that I've been doing this long. Enjoying going. Where are you, Jessica? That it is so warm. I won't let the fact that I am cold make me wish that other people are cold, but I will do a fan dance to celebrate your continued fandom. Is that not gloating?
And I will.
In LA. Okay, excellent.
Carrie wants to look. My little carrot. He doesn't want to dance, but
but he wants to look.
Yeah, he's a
I
little
love that.
shy.
I love him. He's adorable.
Yeah, he is.
Originally, when you said you would bring stuffed carrot to stream, I was picturing like a food with a carrot stuffed with something, and then I figured out that you were talking about a stuffed animal carrot, and then I was even more intrigued. Oh. Let's see. Carl says negative constraint on row 6, column 3, even without knowing what it is. Right, because whether it's a 1 or a 3, the negative constraint says exactly the same thing. Because if there's 1 of something, there's also 3 of something. That is a great spot to Carl, and very clever again. Wow. So this cell can't possibly be odd, or that would be 3 odds.
You guys are good.
Yep. So this cell is even, and it's not 2, 6, or 8, so it's a 4. Wow. Well spotted, Carl.
Yeah.
So that's a 1-3 pair in the column. So this is a 5 or a 9.
And that's the same thing. So its neighbor is not a 2.
Right. This neighbor can't be a 2 because that would again make this correct. Well spotted. And so in particular, this neighbor is definitely odd. And so it could be a 1 or a 3, but not a 5. It could be a 7, but it's not a 9.
I'm looking for these triples again. Oh, wow, the 4.
Yep. The 4, right? Because of these are all odd. So if this was odd, we would be done for. So this is even. And it's not a 4, so it is a 2, 6, or an 8. Sadly, those all seem possible.
We must be getting close now.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, we have almost every cell pencil marked. That's got to be that's got to mean the puzzle's almost over, right?
Yeah. The 5, 7, 9 in row 8 in the circle. It's an odd sum. So it sums either 1 odd and 1 even, or it sums 3 odds, I think.
And it can't possibly sum 3 odds because 2 of the odds are at least 5. So I think this even's definitely part of the sum.
Yeah, so that even is, it can still be a 6. Yeah, okay. Ooh.
I think Carl was noticing that this cell is constrained by the negative constraint by the same 1-3 trick, because these are even. So if that was also even, this would be, right? So this can't be even. This must be odd.
Can we still color for parity?
we can do that. I'm down.
It feels like we should have done that a long time ago.
It's possible that I should have been here advocating for we should randomly color things, because it is certainly my usual strategy. Let's see. So 9s are odd. 7s are odd. Did I get the parity of all the digits right? It looks like I did. Okay, and I know things like this is even and that these are odd. There's no 7 there because that's a 7. No 7 here, but it is odd, and that's odd, and that's odd. And these are all even. That's always odd. That's always odd. These are always even. That's odd. That's odd.
Oh, that's a pair.
Apparently this is even. Yeah. Apparently, yeah. We because of this being a 7, I think we then got the pair, and I didn't do that right. There we go. That's better. I said we have a 5-9 pair, so this can only be 5 or 9 is what I originally tried to say. Let's see. So this is odd and even. That's odd. Even and odd. These are all odd, in fact. That we know is odd.
This feels so useful.
Yeah, why didn't we do this forever ago? I mean,
yeah.
So I think
it's
that
an
is
8.
All the
it's a naked single in row 8, column 6. It's an 8.
Because it sees a 1-3 pair. Yep.
Yeah, we should definitely have done this a long time ago.
that is possible. So yeah, so this can't be even because of this again, because if this were even, that would see 3 evens. So this cell's always odd. And by virtue of being odd, it is not a 1. It could be a 3, 5, 7, or 9. I believe. And this needs to see another even here because otherwise, no, it doesn't. Sorry, this is filled either way.
It's
this
odd.
is filled either way. Yep.
Oh wait. It's hang on. It can be both.
Yeah, this annoyingly can be both. Yeah, it's being pointed out by the column. I know that this cell is blue, which I believe.
Oh, what a silly negative constraint.
This cell is just a naked blue because it sees 1, 3, 5, 7, 9.
Yeah.
And it's not 4 or 8, so it's actually only 2 or 6 out of all of those.
A naked blue. That does remind me of the weather.
Yes, this cell's negative constraint tells me that, or by tells me, I mean tells a bunch of people in chat that this cell can't be blue. So that cell's orange. And it's not a 1 or a 3, so it's a 5, 7, or 9. Let's see. Oh, this 6 or 8 is interesting because this is a 6 or 8 in a circle. It needs to sum 2 evens. You can't get an even. Oh no, it could sum 2 odds. Never mind. I was going to say you can't get an even by without adding evens. So, but this only has 2 options. This cell can only be a 1 or a 2, right? In order to make this 6 or 8 actually work. Oh, or a 3. Oh, it can't be a 3 because there's a 3 in the column already. Chat clamors about row 6, column W. I'm not sure I know where row 6, column W is yet. Oh, row 6, column 2. Oh, do I know how to make 7 now? Right, because I need, in order to make 7, I can't use both odds, so I need to use an even. The even I use needs to be a 6, and then the odd I use needs to be a 1. So in order to make the 7 sum work, chat's point is I need this to be a 1. I believe that. In order to make this negative constraint work, I need this cell to be even as well, is the next point from Philippe. Because if this were odd, there would be 1 even and 2 odds, and the negative constraint would be broken either way. So this is 6 or 8 only, which gives me a 6-8 pair in the column, which makes both of these, including the betting tree, orange.
Yeah, and in row 7 as well.
Yeah, and then right.
And row 8. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are orange and this is blue. And so we're about to be fully colored because now that's blue. This is orange. And this is blue. This is probably the quickest I've gone from deciding to color to being fully colored. This is now a 1 because it's orange. So that's a 3 and a 1. This is not a 3. So that's a 5, 7, 9 triple. So therefore that's a 3.
And we know the last even in the column.
Last
column 7.
Column 7. Right. So that is a 4. So that gives me a 2, 6 pair. So that's a 4. While we are at it. Let's see. Okay. And so now square clues are not going to do anything anymore. I don't have to worry about the negative constraint anymore because it can only help with coloring, I believe.
Well, row 8, column 9 cannot be a 2 now.
Oh, right. You're right. It can't get me any more coloring, but it does tell me this can't be a 2. So that's a 6 and an 8 and an 8. Ah, right. And now this being an 8 tells me this has to be a 7, because if this were a 5, I couldn't make 8 out of those digits, I think.
No, you're right.
So that is a 5 and a 6 and a 6 and an 8 and a 7 and a 6 and an 8 and a 2 and a 6 and a 2. Let's see. We can hit the mark button just to fill in all the remaining
good old
candidates.
Mark.
I gotta love it. Let's see. That seems to be an 8 and a 2. This seems to be a 6 and nothing else because we know it's even. This could be a 9 or a 5 actually by the circlage. I don't think we know anything. I probably have to resolve this with this last circle.
Mm-hmm. Well, 5 is impossible.
Yes, because it wouldn't get enough.
A 9, 2, right? Yeah, 9, 2. It's 7.
If this were a 9, couldn't it be 7 plus 2?
Oh. Okay. Yeah, you shouldn't trust my arithmetic.
It's very easy to think I've known all of the things. Yeah, the mark button, several people in chat are asking where it comes from. It's a Tamper Monkey add-on written by Chameleon. I think Tristan has the link sort of prepped. He can post it in chat if Tristan is available to do so.
Oh, but row 8, column 1. That's a 7.
Ah, yes, that is a 7. That's very helpful. So that is a 9 and a 5 and a 9 and a 5 and a 7. Very helpful.
It wasn't 9 after all.
It was a 9 after all, yes. And our betting tree is a 5. So
beautiful,
congratulations
beautiful
to all the 5 bidders out there.
I enjoyed this very much.
Yes.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah.
Yes, that was a very neat combination. I read the rules and I was like, how on earth is this going to work? But then it was very cool. Lots of neat stuff. And the synergy between the two was neat. I really like this sort of ambiguous circle of like, it's a sum of some of the things, you figure it out. I enjoyed that sort of quasi arrow.
Mm-hmm.
It does mean, Karen, that it only works in a browser window and not in the app. Alrighty, so I think we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with another puzzle. If you want to preview, I think the next puzzle we're going to do is this puzzle by Olima. So we will be back shortly. Tristan's actually the one who has to make us not be back, so I have to wait for Tristan to tell us if we're actually not going, or if we're actually off. Welcome back, everyone. We again are joined by special guest Qodec, as it says on the screen. Thank you for being here. Having
Thank you
done
for having me.
a Richard Stolk puzzle, let's now do an Olima Whisper puzzle. Quick reminder, by the way, if you've not yet clicked the like button on the stream, please do so. And let's get into this. So I think these are all standard rules, but I'll go over them real quick. So the green lines are called German whispers. The difference between two digits that touch each other on the line have to be at least 5. So you could put a 9 next to a 2 because those have a difference of 7. And 7, fun fact, is at least 5. This digit is odd, so I could just pencil mark 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 into it now, and we never have to think about it again. And these two digits and any two digits with a black dot, one is double the other. There's no negative constraint of any kind, so we don't get that for our help. And after our last encounter with a negative constraint, we may in fact be grateful that there is no negative constraint provided in the puzzle. Alrighty, so it has been pointed out in chat already. Chat already has a digit, which is the fact that on a green line you can never put one of those. But is Olima around in chat to suggest a good betting tree? Olima is in chat, so can Olima suggest where we should put the betting tree for this puzzle? Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and explain to people why everyone knows that this cell is a 5. The reason why this cell is a 5 is because there are no digits that differ by 5 from 5 in a regular puzzle. And so I could never put a 5 on a green line because there would be nothing I could put next to it. And so that is a 5. I'm told we can do anything in box 9. How about we do that one as the betting tree? All right, so we get to do a 5 dance. Woo!
Beep, 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 beep.
Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. And Zach's new friend, what is the name of the mouse?
Oh, it's just called Beep.
Beep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Beep.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Qodec came very well equipped with a whole menagerie of Sudoku enthusiast creatures.
Everybody gets to dance a little bit.
So one of these is a 5. This one's not a 5.
There are still a couple of waiting to turn. We should do more puzzles.
Should I really bother chat by odd even coloring this grid?
Or whole low high coloring?
It would probably make chat a whole lot happier if I did that. Let's see. Okay, so let's just sort of color this, even though we don't know what low and high are yet. Let's just make up colors and see if I can successfully do this.
And let's make it red and blue, so we get confused about high and lowity.
Oh, of course, yeah. Okay, so I think all of these are 1 high lowity. And then if I did that right, which inevitably I'm off by 1 in one place and have to do everything over again. But if I didn't screw it up, I think these
looks right to me.
I think these can be the other one. And I'll choose nice yellow and purple, just because we don't know which is high and which is low. Oh, Jay says she believes that this is a coloring 1, 2, 7 versus 3, 4, 5, 8, 9 puzzle. That's very possible.
Also, yellow and purple go well together.
Yellow and purple do go well together, and neither of them is green, so that they don't disappear the line behind it, which is always appreciated.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Oh, row 5 has 2 more yellows.
Ah, right. Because that cell's definitely purple because we've got all the yellows in the box. And so the secret is are a total of 4 yellows and 4 purples. So all the yellows in this box are gone. This is a 5 purple pair. And so that's all the purples for the row. And so these are both yellow.
How about we should be able to say something about the box 8 line now, right?
So the thing I'm noticing, the thing I was at least inclined to notice was that a black dot can either have two low
Ah.
digits or a low and a high. And so this one has a low and a high. So the low is a 3 or a 4. I think that's the only way that works. And so one of these two digits is a 3 or a 4. I don't know if that's intrinsically interesting, but then one of these is low and one of these is high. And so one of these dots also needs to have its opposite. So either this, if purple is high, this needs to be yellow. And if yellow is high, this needs to be purple. I don't know that if that yet tells me anything, but that was where my brain went.
Well, actually, the yellow cells in box 5 on a black dot, they have to contain either a 4 or a 6. It's 6, 8, or it's 3, 4, right?
Well, I don't know that this isn't two yellows, right?
No, we don't. You're right.
So, yeah, so if this yellow is low, then it contains a 3 or a 4.
That's something
yeah,
that I would do if I had set the puzzle, and that doesn't mean that everybody has to do
it. It does strike me that the fact that we sort of hit on the coloring of 3 of these right away probably means this puzzle is about that, but I could be wrong. It's being pointed out that if we think about it, we can color this line. Let's see. So these are all one
the same color, yeah. So they are purple.
Because if they were all yellow, this cell,
you would have 5 purples in box 8.
that would be a problem. I should not have 5 purples in box 8. Wait, sorry, no, they are purple, not yellow. Because I want to not have 5 purples in the same box. So we have extended our little cactus monster. And so those are yellow, and that's yellow. So this is a yellow and a purple for whatever good that is.
This is really interesting.
So do we now know that one of these, so it's not, so the world that we know is not possible, is it's not possible that this is purple and this is yellow. But I'm not quite sure how to use that yet, but my brain is still hung up on the idea that that's probably what the puzzle is about. There's a whole bunch of yellows over on one of these sides. Box 2, row 1, I am being told can be colored. Yes, because there are 4 yellows down here and 4 yellows down here. And so one of these is a 5 up here, right? Because the column, both of these columns need a 5. One of them can come from here. So one of these is a 5 and the other is purple.
Can we use, for example, gray for 5?
Yep, that's fine. So this can be a gray-purple pair in each case.
So now we have 2 yellows in column 5. No, it's not. That's not right. It's 1 yellow.
Yeah, there's 1 yellow and 1 purple,
wait.
right?
The lower cell cannot be yellow. It sees 4 yellows.
Right. Beautiful. I had not seen this alignment of 4 yellows. So this cell has to be purple because it's not 5. And therefore this cell has to be yellow because I need a 4th yellow in the box somewhere and there's nowhere else for me to put it. These are all gray or purple. For whatever that is worth. Oh, I'm a little more hesitant about just making all of those gray purple.
Yeah, I think I would have done it, but then again, I scan colors much better than I do digits. So
well, we could just make all of these gray purple just to do that.
I don't really think it's gonna give us much.
I tend to like when unless I am doing a puzzle where I need to like really think about things sort of broadly, I tend to like do this to mean like this is a gray and a purple. Sometimes I use a line to say that if I know that. Oh, this is gray. We have found the gray in row 9. Let's see. Darian says, where are yellow 4, 6 in column 5? Well, those aren't.
That's a good point.
That's not the yellow 4, 6, and that's not the yellow 4, 6. So this cell's always a 4 or a 6. That's a good point. Also, purple 4, 6 in column 5, says Darian. Again,
Yeah.
not there or there. So that's the purple 4, 6. That's a smart point. Where does 5 go in this column? It's actually placed. Right? Because it can't go there. It can't go in a oh, sorry, it could go there. So 5 goes in one of these spots in each of these places. I was worried that I was about to place 2 5s in row 2 from my argument. But it's not quite because of that. But yeah, these are 5s because of the fact that I can't sneak a 5 onto a black dot without a 2.5.
The purple 4, 6 in box 2 cannot go on the line. So
these are actually from 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
So we actually have a 4, 5, 6 triple of all things. Now, one of these. Oh, I was going to say one of these does have to be purple 4, 6, but that's not necessarily true, right down here. But one of these does have to be yellow 4, 6, for whatever that's worth.
Don't we have a Yovi wing on 5s? Yeah, we do. Yeah, so in row 3, the first and last cell cannot be gray.
Because
we've got 5 pencil marked in the box.
Oh, right. Yes. The 5 pencil marked in the box tell us that these are not 5. Yes. Okay. I was noticing that if this is the purple 4, 6, we get a virtual 4, 6 pair because every yellow, purple, black dot has a 4 or 6 on it. So one of these two is the yellow 4, 6. If this is the yellow 4, 6, we get that sort of alignment between those two yellow 4, 6s. That yellow 4, 6 makes that the purple 4, 6. And then this would be the 5. That was what I was trying to say.
And if the yellow 4, 6 goes in the other one,
then I think we're in the clear. My guess was that that's going to break somehow because of the 4, 6 we know is on this black dot, but I don't quite see it yet.
Okay.
Would make this a 5, but I don't think that is super exciting. I do know that. I mean, I don't know if this is useful to mark. I know one of these is 4, 6, so I know one of these is 1 or 9. So I know that these aren't 1 or 9. So these are from the other ones, 2, 8, 3, 7, or 4, 6. And so this is never a 4, 6. We already knew that. And then these are never 4, 6 because that's not 1 or 9. So.
Oh, but that's 3 yellows, which are not 4, 6.
That is 3 yellows, which are not 4, 6. That's a good point. So this is a triple of all the yellows that are not 4, 6. Which is interesting.
Yeah, because the outer 2 yellow cells, they see all 4 purples. Well, they don't see them as such, but okay, so one of them has to be at least a 1 or a 9, and the other.
Okay. Tallcat has a very smart point, which is that we know neither of these is 1-9. This we also know is not 1-9 because it's on a black dot with something of the other color.
Oh, of course.
So in fact, this is the purple 1-9.
That's it.
And so now this can't be the force. Oh no, sorry. This could be the force 6. This would be the yellow 1-9 that we would get. Never mind. So do I know where the yellow force 6 has to go in this row now? It certainly can't go there. But maybe there would still be okay. Let's see, as well as row 5, column 3, and row 5, column 7 are the purple 1-9 and 2-8.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. One of those two cells is the purple 1 or 9, which means that in column 5, the circle cell is not the purple 1 or 9. So that's the purple 3 or 7. Right?
So why? So one of these is the purple 1-9, you're saying?
Yeah, because the yellow 4-6 has to be in one of those 4 yellow
Right.
cells below it.
And the purple 3-7 needs to be in one of these cells.
So the purple 1-9 in column 5 is not in row 5. So it's in one of those two cells.
So this isn't a 1 or a 9 ever.
And so that's the purple 3 or 7. Now we can come back into box 5.
Okay. And so now one of these is the purple. So these are a 5 and the purple 3-7. Beautiful.
That's really cool.
And so these are 1-9, 2-8.
Yeah.
And so well, that one's not a 9 at the very least. I can tell you that much. Purple 1-9 in box 3.
Huh?
Someone in chat said purple 1-9 in
Oh,
box 3, but I don't see it yet.
well, in box 2, it's in row 2. So that restricts it a little bit.
It's in row 2, but it's not in the one that already has a purple 1-9. So that's the purple 1-9.
Yeah.
And so that's the purple 2-8. And so this is not 2-8.
I was hoping to get some more information about the yellows in box 2, but I don't think we've got anything from that. The yellow 3-7 can go anywhere.
So maybe it is actually worth pencil marking these. So they are either 3-6 or 4-8. It's slightly weird, but I think it is worth just for thinking about, just in case we come across something like where we can actually say something about it.
It's at least a good reminder.
Yes, just so that we actually think about that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jay says if row 4, column 7 is purple, then row 4, column 3 has to be purple by the black dots. And that's 5 purples in the
5
row.
purples.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
If this is a purple, purple is low, and then this needs to be a purple, and that's too many purples. So this is in fact yellow. Very good spot, Jay.
So that means that's an 8.
So yeah, so this is an 8, and then we get to do it. Okay, so we get to fill in an 8 and a 4.
I think Beep wants to do a little extra dance.
Excellent, excellent. Beep is more than welcome to do a dance for the 8. Zach can join in a little.
There.
Excellent, very nice. So purple is now orange, and yellow is now blue. Beautifully done. So that's just immediately a 9. That is no longer an 8. Let's see. Okay, so we know that this is not 3 or the 4. This is the 3 or the 4. Oops. 3 or the 4. We know that this is a 6. This is a 7. This is a 9 and an 8. I probably should have filled those in first in retrospect, rather than trying to do the complicated stuff. But what are you going to do? Let's see. Okay, this is not a 1 or a 2 anymore. So that's a 9.
Yeah, Olima, I tend to distract people, so it's my fault a little bit.
Yeah, I was very close. Olima points out that was where my whole sort of like focus was going, but I did not see the fact that these were connected by the 3 of them. That is a very beautiful sort of setup there, Olima. Okay, so one of these 2 is a 6. So one of these 2 is a 1. I don't know if I really want to. Oh no, sorry, I don't know that one of these 2 is a 6. Never mind. Sorry. What I know is one of those 2 is an 8. This is a 3 or a 4, so this can only be an 8 or a 9. I can probably fill that in.
Well, you can remove 3 from the pencil marks in column row 5. Sorry.
Right. Got it. So these are a 5-7 pair.
So the 4 in row 5 goes in there. Yeah.
Yeah, because it can't go there because it would put a second 9 in the box. So the 4 definitely goes there.
And we know the 4 in box 5
goes in one of these 2. Do I know which one?
Yeah, the right one, season 8.
Oh, yes. The right one is not. 4 and 8 are not 5 apart. Yes, beautiful. So that's a 4 and that's an 8.
Good evening, Nicholas. Happy Christmas.
And so by virtue of these being a 6-7 pair, these are a 1-2 pair, which makes this a 3. Makes these an 8-9 pair, except we know what that is. That's an 8 and that's a 9 because of the 8 and 9 upstairs.
And we can fill those digits as well.
That can only be a 1 because it's next to a 6.
And the 2 and the 4 as well.
Yep, and so we've got a 2 and a 4 left. That's got to be the 4. That's got to be the 2 because of the 4 up there. And also because 4 doesn't go next to 8. Take your pick. So these are a 1-3 pair?
Yeah. And the 2 in column 5.
Yes, the 2 in column 5. Very nice. So this is also a 1 or a 3.
And 4 in row 3 is placed.
This I just know is an 8 or a 9. The 4 in row 3 you said is placed. Not there. So therefore there, and therefore that's a 2.
Yeah.
And therefore that's a 9, and that's an 8 and a 9. We got a donation from Ken. Early Christmas gift. Thank you for all the streams you've done. Thank you so much, Ken. Thank you for being here. It's been great. Great having you around. We appreciate all the support, and we'll give you a donation dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Is that a different rodent, or was that Beep again? It looked like a different rodent.
No. This is my ferret.
I see.
Look, he's always very quick.
Very quick. I see. Efficient at the Sudoku digiting. So that's a 1 or a 3 by Sudoku, I suppose. If Oh, except it can't be a 3 because this is only a 6 or a 7. In fact, it's really only a 7, so that's a 1. Because of the 2 that it's next to. Or sorry, because it can't go next to a 3 and it can't be an 8 or a 9. So there's a 6 in this row at an undisclosed location. This I know is a 2 or a 3. These are a 2-3 pair, in fact. So this is a 1 because those are a 2-3 pair, which makes that a 2 and that a 1, which makes this a 6 and that a 7, which makes that a 5 and that a 7. And we've got to update our grayitude. So this cell was unfairly grayed. And this cell is no longer gray. We get our 6 and our 5 up there.
Thank you, Amy.
This is an amazing collection. So this is only a 2 or a 6, but I don't know which one. This is probably orange if I look at the box closely enough. And if it's orange, it's a 6. But this being orange and hence being a 6. Wait, do I know? Sorry, I don't think I actually know the 5 is down here. No, I don't know the 5 is down here. Sorry, the 5 is in one of these sides. If this was orange, it would be a 6, is what I know.
So it's a 5 or a 6.
That's true, yep.
I mean, might as well pencil mark it now, right?
And then Martin points out that actually the way I should do this is I should ask where 2 goes in row 4, because 2 in row 4, actually, can't it go there or there?
Yeah.
I think annoyingly, I think there's 2 options for where the 2 goes. Dagnammit, it sounded so good. I know where 2 in row 8 goes, though, I think, because the 2 in row 8 doesn't go in a box with a 2 and doesn't go in a column with a 2. So I think randomly this is a 2.
And the 9 in row 3.
9 in row 3.
Look.
Not there, not there, not there. So magically it is there. Wow.
That's a 9.
That is magical. Is the only word that I can think of for that. But now that 2 still didn't do anything. 8 in row 3, I'm now being told, is equally magical. Yes, 8 in row 3 is now equally magical. And so these are a 5-6 pair while we are pencil marking 5-6 into some cells.
9 in box 3.
9 in box 3. Sure is. Yep.
9 in box 7. I think we got all the 9s.
Box
7.
Sorry, the other box 7. Yeah. So that box 7. And that might be all the 9s. Yes, the 9 has become gray. So Sven thinks we have all the 9s.
How about the 8s and the
let's see. We've got an 8 up here somewhere. We've got an 8 there or there or there. Oh, no, sorry. We've got an 8 there or there. Let's see. What about in this box? Oh, this box, we know where the 8 goes. That cell, I believe, is an 8. And then I think the rest of them, I think there are 2 more 8s, and I think we don't know exactly how they're disposed yet.
The 1 in box 9.
The 1 in box 9. Let's have a look at that. Yes, it goes there.
And then in box 3.
Yep, 1 in box 3.
And in box 1.
Box 1. Let's see. Yep. Sure is right there.
Cool.
And somehow we don't have all the 1s. Oh, right, because the 1 in this box is still in one of these 2 places.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, we've got all the whispers done. Just a little black dot there still waiting for us. So the rest should be Sudoku.
Presumably.
I think.
Okay, so Mehdi's point is if this is a 6, Then this is a 3. And then where do 1 and 2 go in this row?
Oh,
And
that's weird.
so neither of those cells are not there. And so there just isn't space. Wow, that is a very slick spot. I would not have spotted that. So therefore that's a 2, but great spot. So that's a 3. It's a 3 and a 1 and a 3 and a 2. And now hopefully it really is Sudoku, because I don't think we have any clues left. I think 4 in column 3, I think it goes here. Oh, Carl points out that the 1 that we placed here actually let us place an 8 in this box. Because the 1 was in one of the 2 places the 8 could go before. And now that lets us place an 8 in this box, which makes this a 5 and no longer orange, which makes this a 6, makes that a 5.
Hang on a second. The 5-6 pair, will they really resolve?
Were they? Oh, maybe not. Sorry.
The
Yes,
8 was
sorry.
okay.
The 8, yeah, the 8 was right. Sorry, you're right. I think, yeah. Sorry, I think you're right. Yep. Because one of these 2 is a 5, but I don't know which one yet. Thank you for catching that. Let's see. 8, 9. I know one of this mess is a 7. I guess it's not that one. Well, let's mark the grid and see if anything pops up that we are excited by.
3-7 pair in box 3. That's the. Oh, does that mean we have a 2?
Yep, it sure does. So that is a 2.
Okay.
Which will now make that a 3 and a 2. Which will now make that a 7 and a 3. Makes that not a 3, and so it's orange now.
And it's a 7.
And that's orange.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a 5-6 pair, so it is a 7. You're right. So that's a 6. That's a 3. That's a 5.
Now we're cooking.
Yep. Mark is going to take us there to the end, I think. So now this is no longer orange, so it really is gray. That really is orange. That really is blue. That really is gray, and that isn't. This is a 4, so it's blue. This is a 7, so it's orange. This is a 6, so it's orange. So that is a 5, and that's finally going to undo our 5 and 6 over here. Okay, well, it turns out I would not have broken the puzzle if I'd have filled in a 5 here.
You would have been right, yeah.
We would have just had a happy little bifurcation, as Ranks likes to call it. 7 and 6. And 3 and 4. And our betting tree is going to be gray.
Again.
And so it will be a 5 again. So
yeah.
Congratulations to all the 5 bettors. That's 2 wins in a row. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a lovely puzzle as well. Although the Hulk is not animating for me for whatever reason, Olima. You might want to contact Sven about the animating the grid. But very nice. There may be a 5 related conspiracy going on. It is very possible. So did you want to do another one, or have you Sudoku'd enough for today?
Let's do another one.
I'm
enjoying myself.
Excellent. All right, let's take a real quick break and we'll discuss what puzzle to do. And we'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. We have returned with this Kuraban arrow puzzle. So good luck to us figuring this one out. If you've not yet liked the stream, please do. Please say hi if you've not yet said hi. And so the way this works, I should say that the rules are very simple. In the circle goes the digit that you get by summing the 3 digits on the arrow. So if this is a 1, a 2, and a 4, then this is a 7. I think the first thing I'm noticing is this can be neither 6 nor 7, actually. Because if this were 6, this would be a 1, 2, 3 quadruple. And if it were 7, it would be a 1, 2, 4 quadruple. So actually on all of these little staples, I think we get 8 or 9 as the output. This may be the end of my useful contributions to the puzzle.
That's actually interesting.
I see a little something with where 8 and 9 go in this box, because 8 and 9 can't go there or there in this box. So the other 8, 9 in this box is in only one of 2 places. I don't know if that. Oh yeah, where are we going to put the betting 5 in this puzzle? This is Kuraban around to tell us where the betting 5 is. I don't think I've seen Kuraban today, so we'll just have to guess where the 5 will go. Oh boy, this is always the kind of puzzle where I'm really afraid to try and speculate as to what cell will be resolved last.
I would say row 2, column 7,
Row 2, column 7. Okay,
because it doesn't see the short stubby arrows.
that is
and those are always strong. And
so what is the sum of this stuff? The sum of that's at least 10, plus these would be at least 3. That's at least 13. That doesn't even get us to the minimum that we actually know, which is that this can't even be a 7. So there's already a bet tree, Tristan.
it's hiding, but
it's there.
okay.
So a couple of people in chat, I think we're looking at this confluence of nonsense, because the absolute maximum that these 2 cells, counting this one twice, are able to sum to is 18.
There's probably an easier way to think about it, because every 3-cell arrow has to have at least 2 of 1, 2, 3 on it. So if that's not a 1, 2, or 3, you have 4 of them in the box.
So you actually tested my puzzle that was all about the virtual triples that sort of fell out of the arrows needing to have 2, 1, 2, 3s on them. But you're completely right. That is a much easier way than saying the minimum sum or the maximum sum was 18, so you couldn't repeat anything like that. Oh, Kuraban says to change the bet tree. Where is the row? Oh, sorry, row 1, column 2 is supposed to be the bet tree.
That's the bet tree. That's an interesting.
Sorry, I saw Kuraban in chat saying row 1, column 2, but I didn't put together that it was Kuraban, and I thought Kuraban was saying, "Oh, you should look at the logic behind row 1, column 2." And I was like, "What on earth can I possibly say about row 1, column 2 in this grid?"
Oh, I thought it was row 2, column 2, but I misread.
Meant row 1, column 8. Sorry. Okay, row 1, column 8. Okay, there we go.
Okay, that's close. Yeah.
That looks very like the sort of place that one might guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So if this cell is low, we're going to put way too many high digits on these cells, right? I think. Okay, so maybe we should take your view that we know in these cells there's exactly 4 1, 2, 3s.
Yeah. It almost
so there's at least a 5th one there. So I've used 5 total 1, 2, 3s in all of these.
Yeah, that's so close. That's so close.
What about if I take all of these together? how many 1, 2, 3s have I used? So I've used 3 in this box because of the fact that this one gets away with being used twice. So that's 3 plus 2 plus 2. And
it's
that's only 7.
It's exactly 2.
Right, it's
2.
exactly 2 because we know none of these arrows are summing to 6. So in these cells, there are 7 1, 2, 3s, which is not, unfortunately, a super interesting number. I don't think.
The same is true for columns 1 and 2. So does that matter?
Yeah, there is some interesting stuff going on here. It is interesting to note that if this is 8, I think it's forced to be a 1, 3, 4 and a 1, 2, 5 arrow. Is there a problem with any of these being exactly 1, 1, 3, 4 and 1, 1, 2, 5? Because they have to be different. I'm trying to see if there's anywhere where there's like extra sight or something. So we would need to have 2 1s in the case that it was an 8. So one of these two would have to be a 1. Yeah, maybe we should just be counting 1s or something like that. I don't know.
That sounds like a good idea, actually.
Like maybe the point is all of these actually have to be 9 because the fact that they're forced if it's an 8 is a problem. But I'm not quite sure how to like collectively look at these things.
So is row 4, column 4, is that forced to be a 1, for example? Because of X wings looking into, or Joey wings and looking into box 5? That's not true necessarily, because the arrows can still be 2, 3, 4, but
so
it's
yeah,
really
so
close.
We get weird things like if both of these were 8, then one of these two would be a 1, so that would have to be a 1. And then that would have to be a 1. But I feel like this is not. I feel like that probably is something that you could look. If that's the thing we're supposed to do, I think there's probably a better way to look at it, but I don't quite know yet.
Yeah, it's just it's to give you an idea what I'm looking at. 9 in row 6. Is that interesting?
Okay, that is getting interesting because 9 in row 6 only goes in one of these 3 cells, and if it it doesn't go in that one either. So 9 in row 6 actually only goes in one of these 2 at all. And so
Oh.
So one of these arrows is 8 for sure. Because whichever of those cells is 9, those are the only 2 places for 9 in this row. Whichever of them is 9 makes one of these an 8.
Ooh, so close.
Do I somehow know they're not both 8?
If only I knew that row 7, column 8 wasn't 9, then you would have an 8-9 pair in row 6.
I mean, I could color them, but literally the only thing I know, Josh, is that these two aren't the same 8-9. You might know something else, but I literally don't know anything else other than those two aren't that. Like, as weird as it is, these could just both be 8 with that being a 1, and that would be totally fine as far as I can tell. It might help to mark cells that can't be 8 or 9. I'm not sure. Yeah, what I know for sure is one of these is 8. So that cell's not an 8. That is my total deduction. If we want to like really precisely record what we've learned so far, it is that.
That cell is also not a 9, by the way,
Uh,
because it sees both
oh yes,
8,
because there's an 8, 9
8,
pair in
9
the
pair,
row.
yeah,
Oh no.
and column, yeah.
Oh no.
Well, we
Oh
know
well,
row
my
9, column
original
1 is
belief that these were
not
all going to be
8.
9 is not coming out super well because
Oh.
it turns out they share a row and column, which I did not notice. Let's see. Row 6 and row 5. Tall Cat says if we look at all of these cells together and ask what their minimum sum is, that it's going to tell us something about this cell. So the minimum sum of these is 21 plus 3 is 24. Those sum to 17, and so therefore this needs to make up the gap there, so it needs to be at least 7. So this is always a 7, 8, or a 9. Always good to have Tall Cat to do that math for you, because Tall Cat will see that every time. Which is interesting. I would love to know it's not an 8 or a 9 somehow.
That would even... Oh, no, it wouldn't. Yeah, wait a second.
Oh, maybe I do know it's not an 8 or a 9. If this is not... If this
is... It's not a 7.
Oh, wait, yeah, sorry, I think I was going to say the opposite. If this is a 7, where do I put 8 and 9 in this row? Is that going to be a problem?
Yeah, and 7.
Yeah,
you
so
have only 2 places left for 7, 8, and 9, if that's a 7.
Right. Okay, so yeah, so if where can 8 and 9 and 7 go in this row to begin with? Only in these places at all. But if I make this a 7, none of them can go there. And so I would need to make these cells a 7, 8, 9 triple.
Yeah, but the middle one cannot be 7 anymore because it sees the 7 that we just
because
placed.
we put a 7 here. Right, this one can't be there. Right. Beautiful. Yep. Oh, David donates.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Early 40th birthday present for Tristan. Along with when Memerister interviews Qodec, he mentioned 24 puzzles on CTC and 64 features on LMD. So I split the difference, 44 plus 40. Thank you so much, David. You're so generous. Greatly appreciated. We will get you a big donation dance for that. Thank you so much, David. Your patronage around here cannot be overstated how much we appreciate you around here. Thank you so much. It's great having you around here. So yeah, the question is maybe where does the digit in this circle go in this row? And if this is a 7,
of course.
Yeah, so it doesn't go there or there or there, and it doesn't go there or there. So this digit always goes there.
Of course, that's it. Yeah.
And as noted, it can't be a 7, so it is an 8 or a 9.
And now we can do the aesthetic thing that just suggested.
Right. So yeah, so let's get rid of the yellows there. So that's going to be the purple 8, 9. And that is going to be the yellow 8, 9. And so that's the purple 8, 9.
Well, we do know the yellow 8, 9 in row 6, right? Oh no, we don't. It could be on the arrow. Ooh.
Right. I feel like in almost every one of these puzzles, the way it works out is that you put the 8, 9 on the arrow of the other, and then you know which is which. But
yeah.
Have you set many pure arrow puzzles? I don't feel like I've done many Qodec pure arrow puzzles.
I've done plenty. Yeah.
Maybe like back when I was just seeing you on CTC before, when I was too scared to actually do the puzzles. I think there were a number of them in there. Now that I think back to it.
Yeah.
Like, Eddie's? Was Eddie's you?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I do remember this now. Purple 8, 9 in box 7 is in column 1, I am being told. Yes, it is. So purple 8, 9 is in one of these 2 cells. So purple 8, 9 in this box is here, I believe. So purple 8, 9 in this box is in one of those 2 places. annoyingly. Let's see, we do have an 8-9 pair looking into here. So purple 8-9's only in one of these two cells, but we don't know which is which yet. Oh, yellow 8-9. Now where is yellow 8-9 in this box? Now yellow 8-9 in this box is in one of these two cells. And so now yellow 8-9 gets placed here.
Very nice.
So we're
Oh,
slowly.
So where is yellow 8-9 in row 6? It's on the arrow.
Right. So yeah, so yellow 8-9 definitely not in any of these anymore. Yep. So now yellow 8-9 is on the arrow, and so this is a yellow 8-9 and a 1.
Very smart setting, this.
Yep.
I really like this.
And so therefore yellow is 8. I feel like usually yellow turns out to be 9, but we will put in an 8. We'll put in an 8, and we'll get to do an 8 dance so that more of your animals can get involved. Woo! Doop,
Yeah.
woo! Doop, boop, boop, doop, boop, doop, woo, doop, ba-da, ba, ba, ba-da, woo, wah-ha, da, ba, da, ba, wah-ha. Thank you, Zach. Much appreciated. Now you have a polar bear. Excellent.
Yeah, he's a bit curious. All
I
predators
see.
are. Yeah.
Yes. Penguins are very fortunate to live in the opposite pole of penguins. I feel like otherwise it would not end well.
No.
So we get all of these, and this is just a 1-8. Okay, and I think we can now, as tragic as it is, lose the coloring. And so so we know. Right. We know this is an 8 arrow and it needs to have a 1 on it. And the ones here look at that. So therefore that's a 1. And therefore this arrow is a 9 arrow that has no 1. So it's a 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And so this can't be a 3, 4 because that would be a 2, 3, 4 quadruple for the row. So it's a 2, 5, meaning that that's a 3, 4 and that's a 2. Wow.
The whole thing just starts flowing from here, doesn't it?
Right. So we've now used 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's amazing. That's 6, 7.
Yep. So these are 6, 7. So those are 6, 7. Very smooth. Okay. So now where does the 1 go on this 8 arrow? Only there. And now this is an 8 arrow that's not a 2, 5. So it's a 3, 4. So yeah, if this is an 8, those are a 2, 5, and this would be 1, 3, 4. That still looks possible to me.
Well, if it's a 9, then it's 2, 6. So there's got to be a 2 on it. On the arrow.
This is a 9 arrow that that is not 2, 3, 4. So this 9 arrow needs a 1, and the 1 goes there. Sorry, I saw that. But
yeah, you're absolutely right.
Your point. Your point was this can't be.
No, the other one.
Your point is that it always has a 2 on it because
2, 5, 2, 6.
Right. So this is from a 2, 5, 6. So if this is an 8, this is 1, 3, 4. I don't quite see what's wrong with that yet. Okay, so this is either 3, 5 or 2, 6. I think. Might as well write that down. So that's not a 2 and that's not a 6. Let's see. There is no 6 on this arrow, so it's not a 1, 2, 6 arrow. I feel like that must be relevant, but I don't know how. Oh, I'm being told we can do a little bit of cleanup on this cell. It's not a 6 or a 7. Our valuable deduction from earlier that it was not an 8 paying off.
It's not a cloud of digits anymore. So I think that's positive.
That's true. This were an 8, there would be a 1 on both of these, and there would need to be a 1 exactly here. Is that a problem for some reason?
Yeah, it is. Where does the 1 go in box 6?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yep. Where does the 1 go in box 6? Beautiful. Yep. 1 in box 6, not in the arrow circle. So 1 in box 6 definitely goes in one of those. And so now the question is, where does 1 go in this row? And the answer is it goes in one of these 3 places. And therefore, these arrows cannot both contain a 1. So therefore, that is a 9 and that is an 8, because every 8 arrow does contain a 1.
That's amazing.
That
I
is
don't know if that was the intended deduction. It feels like there might have been something simpler, but hey, it works.
I mean, it felt beautiful.
Yeah.
I would believe it was intended, but
Oh, me too.
But the other day I did this like gorgeous like Renbon thermo puzzle where I found like the most beautiful break-in, and then the setter afterwards was like, I've never seen anyone do it that way, and it was definitely not intended. But it's like every clue together conspired to place a 1 on a length 4 Renbon, and just it was not at all the intended thing to look at. Okay, so now I know there's a 1 over here, and so I know this is, sorry, right. Now I know this is 1, 2, 5, and so I know this is 1, 3, 4. And I know that one's not the 1.
That's a 3, 4
and that's
pair.
a 3, 4 pair. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
So these do not feature a 3 at all, and so therefore they don't feature a 5 at all, and so therefore they are a 2, 6 combo. So uh-oh, Kuraban says hopefully not we have ruined the puzzle. Let's see. Let's see. Well,
Are we still
crossed.
okay, Kuraban?
9 is placed in box 7, I am being told. 9 in box 7 goes there. Let's see. Kuraban is just trying to figure out how to claim that was the intended deduction.
Yeah, that's fun.
So one of these is 2, 3, 4. This one I know is not 1, 2, 6. So it's 2, 3, 4 or 1, 3, 5.
So it has a 3 on it.
If this was 1, 3, 5, I'm noticing that pair of Jovi wings here would force this to be a 1, 3 pair. I'm wondering if that would be bad.
Well, there's still a 3 in one of those 2 cells. There's a 3 on the 9 arrow.
This is right, because there's always a 3 there. Okay, so yeah, there's always a 3 in one of these 2. Good point. Let's see. I'm told Mad Titan has a good point. Where is 8 in box 8? Probably
that is
there.
a good point. Absolutely.
And so now where is 8 in this box? Only in one of these 2 cells, I suppose. I keep thinking we're going to get the 1 through careful accounting by figuring
column
out.
9. Column 9. 8 in column 9.
Where's 8 in column 9? Got it. Okay, 8 in column 9 is now there. This is getting awfully restricted because I can't use a 2 and I can't use both of 3 and 4. I guess this could be as small as 4. Let's see, 8 in column 8. I think there's 2 places for 8 in column 8. I think it can go to either 3, of those.
Yeah.
9 in column 6, asks Tall Cat, not there or there. And not in the box of the 9. So 9 in column 6 is there.
And in box 2, column 5.
Yeah, and so Tall Cat's point is, I now know where 8 is in this column, because now 8 in this column is there, and that's a 1. I think that's the way I didn't want it to work, but I don't remember anymore. Sorry, you were saying?
9 in column 5.
9 in column 5 now. Yep, 9 in column 5 is there.
Row 1. And we get all the 9s.
Row 1. Right. That is my last 9. These are 6, 7, and 8.
Mm-hmm.
That one's not an 8. That one's not a 6, apparently.
Oh, 2-5 pair in column 2. Is that interesting? Yeah, so there is a 3 in on the arrow in box
Doesn't it tell me this
7.
cell's always a 2 or a 5? No, because this could be 1, 2, 6. No, every 9 arrow has a 1, 2, or has a 2 or a 5 on it, right? This is 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 6, or
So that's a 2.
1 through 5. So this is a 2 or a 5 always.
It's a 2.
How do I know it's a 2?
It can be 5. 1, 3. 1 in column 2 is already
Right. Yep. Beautiful. Okay, so that's a 5, and that's a 2, and that's a 5, and that's a 2. And so now these are either 1, 6 or 3, 4.
It's 3, 4.
Oh, and it's 3, 4 because that 1. Yep. So this is 3. Probably should center mark them. So this is not 3, 4 or 1, 2, 6. So this is 1, 3, 5 now for sure. And so I have a 1, 3, 4, 5 quadruple in the column.
I'm enjoying this very much. This puzzle.
So I think these are a 2, 6 pair. Yeah, this is great.
2, 6, 7, right?
Oh, 2, 6, 7. Sorry, you're right. There's an extra
6, 7 in box 5.
6, 7 in box 5, right? Makes that a 2.
So that's a 2.
Yep. Let's see. I know that one of these two is a 1. Okay, so I know that one of these two is a 1 because both of these arrows have a 1, and so therefore, where does 1 go in this box? In exactly the same cells the 3 goes. So that's a 1 and a 3.
You predicted this.
I did predict this. Occasionally, it works out to where it's like, the thing I think is going to happen actually happens, and then most of the time not, but every once in a while.
And now you get a 3 in box 4.
Yep. What are the digits that are left over here?
4 in box 4.
4 in box 4. Yeah, now there's only 2 digits left.
6, 7.
6, 7, the mystery digits for the puzzle.
Oh, in box 5, you get a 4 and a 5.
Yep. So that's not the 5. That's not the 4.
And the other digit remaining is a 2, I think. Yeah.
Good point. Okay. What about these two? These are a 6, a 7, and a something.
5.
6, a 7, and a 5. And so that's a 5, 6, 7 triple for the column. I guess I could have just done it by this box and not worried about it. These are a 2 and something. 2 and a 4, I think.
4, yeah.
I realize we're basically marking the grid, so why don't we just ask Mark to mark the grid as we go like cell by cell, going through everything. It's like maybe we should actually just use the tool that is designed for that. Okay. So this is certainly not a 2. These aren't 7. Let's see. Okay, are there any sort of impossible combinations? 5, 3, 2 seems okay to me. 6, 4, 2 seems okay to me, and 7, 5, 2 seems okay to me. This is never a 7 or an 8 though. There's a 6, 7 pair in row 7. I'm being encouraged to remember by the world's tallest cat. So so this is a 1. Making this a 6 or a 7, and making these not 6 or 7. Oh, making that a 5 immediately, actually, if I remember that. So these aren't 5, they are not 6, and they are not 7. So you get a nice little 2, 3, 4 sort of thing going on.
So now column 9 gives digits.
Column 9. Right. There's a 3, 4 pair here. So no 3 or 4 there, no 3 or 4 there. In particular, that's a 7. That's a 5. None of these are 5. That's not a 5. That's a 1, 3 pair. So that's a 5. This can't be a 3 because it would put a 2, 3, 4 triple in the box. And so I could not have a 2 on the arrow.
Or a 4 because we would still have a
Yep, we'd have the 2, 3, 4 triple, and we couldn't put a 1 on there. So this is only a 6 or a 7. There's definitely a 1 on the arrow, though. Just Sudoku logically, there's nowhere else for 1 in the column.
Oh.
And so this
that's
can
a 7,
only
yeah.
be 1, 6, with that being a 7, I believe. So that's a 3, 4, that's a 3, 4, that's a 2. So that's a 4. That seems to be a 6 and a 7 and a 2 and a 3 and a 1 and a 6 and a 4 and a 3 and a 1. Put the 1 in the arrow circle. 3 and 4. So let's see. No.
That's
4 and 3
that's
over
one
there.
always dreamt to be in the arrow circle. It never
Yes,
goes
yes.
into an arrow circle, and finally got to be there for a second.
Yeah, just for a moment. So,
Yeah.
So this is a 6. I'm trying to remember if there's a 1 in an arrow circle and 2 truths and a lie. I don't think so. There's a 9 in a thermo bulb and 2 truths and a lie, I recall. I had so many people when they were doing that, like, have to pencil mark a 9 into a thermo bulb and just send me a screenshot and be like, I can't believe I'm pencil marking a 9 into a thermo bulb. So we've got that. That's a 6, an 8, and a 7. The 6 and a 7. And an 8 and a 5 and a 7 and an 8. It's really holding out on these 6 7s, isn't it? We're about to get them, but boy, did it make us wait for that. And this last betting tree is a 4. Off by 1 this time. Off by 1. Oh, wow. The funny thing is, Kuraban had us move it. You had us put it there, and it would have been a 5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
making some noise. I'm part of the 5 conspiracy.
Yes. Gorgeous puzzle, Kuraban, as always. Very nice.
That was beautiful. Yeah, I love this.
I really enjoyed, by the way, that the last Kuraban puzzle we did was this this brutal 5-star region sublines puzzle that like about 50 of us got stuck on for about 90 minutes. And then Kuraban said, oh, when Wen Chang did it, Wen Chang just breezed right through that part. It's like, wow, yeah.
If he did, because sometimes he cuts bits out of his video.
That's possible. Yeah, maybe there was a cut in there that was doing that. I do remember that his solve of frac was very, very quick for a solve of frac. Yeah, awesome puzzle. I really enjoyed that one. Alrighty. Shall we take a quick break? Are you up for another? Are you
yeah, sure.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep them coming.
Alrighty. All right. Let's take a quick break. Let's find another puzzle, and we'll be right back. All righty, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have this puzzle by Derektionary. So we have normal thermo rules. So along the thermo, the digits have to go from smallest to biggest. So you could, for example, go 1 to 7. That would be smallest to biggest. But in this puzzle, additionally, every thermo has an additional property and exactly one additional property. But that additional property can come from a menu of possible additional properties. So it can be entropic, meaning that it has a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, and a 7, 8, 9, which usually I have to hasten to add, but in any order. But in this case, we cannot, in fact, have them in any order. They would have to be in that order. They could be a renbon, meaning that the digits are consecutive. Amusingly, again, I would add in any order, except in this case, it cannot be in any order.
How about the next one?
It can be a region sum. So the digit can be, the sums of the digits in the regions can be the same. So this could be the sum of these two, for example. Oh, we have a donation from Kuraban. Merry Christmas, Zeta and Tristan and Qodec and David and everyone else who's given us so much joy this past year. Thank you so much, Kuraban. You are greatly appreciated. You definitely get a donation dance for that. Woohoo! Woohoo! Oh no, the polar bear is looking at Zach again. Yes. Hide, Zach, hide.
He's sleeping. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kuraban. Much appreciated. And then the last is, it could be a 10 line, meaning that the thermo digits could add to 10. For whatever reason, the thing I notice is that I cannot make this a 10 line thermo because then it would also be a renbon and it has to be exactly one of them. This one's also not a region sum thermo because the sum of these three digits, which are all bigger than this digit, would have to be equal to this digit. Do we have a good bet tree, by the way? I see Derektionaries around. Maybe Derektionary knows where the betting tree should go.
You know what? I'll pick one, and I wonder if it's going to be a 5. So let's try row 2, column 8.
Row 2, column 8. Okay. Yeah, row 2, column 8. Okay. Could be a 5.
Unless Derektionary has another idea.
Let's see.
Okay.
Derektionary says Qodec can pick. So
row 2, column 8.
Oh, sorry, row 2, column 8. I did not do good at picking row 2, column 8. I was only off by 1.
Well, okay. That sounds so familiar and relatable.
Oh, so this one just is a renbon because it can't be entropic either. So I think we've proven that this can only be a renbon.
Yeah, it can't be entropic. That's how would you make a thermometer entropic?
Well, all the others are length 3, so or not all the others, but most of the others are.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I think that order. Same is true of this one.
Yeah, so that's not entropic.
Right. So and it does specify the usual, your region sum line has to go into multiple regions. So we're not allowed to say this is a region sum line where there's only one region. But so it's not a region sum line. It's not a 10 line because it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and that doesn't work because it's also a renbon. And it's not entropic, so this is also a renbon.
That's how you do it. You color code it. Okay.
And we know that there's an 8 in the box, so that actually puts, let's see, so 7 here would be 7, 5, 4, 3. So this digit can only be a 1, 2, or 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, I'm missing a digit. 7, 6, 5, 4. I think those are the options for this digit.
So 4 is always on the line.
So yeah, so 4 is always on here.
For what it's worth.
Oh, right. And it can't be, as we noted earlier, and then immediately I forgot to mark, Afraid Not points out, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. That was how we knew it wasn't a 10 line to start with. Because it would be both. Right. I literally explained that and then had already forgotten by the time I got to good lifting the thermo. Well, I bet this one isn't a region sum. Uh,
No, all 3 digits would have to be the same.
would be a problem.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We can still use normal thermal logic. So the 9 in column 9, for example, has to be in row 9.
So the thing I was seeing was Jaleb pointing out that I can't put an 8 or a 9 in any of these cells. And so the 8 and the 9 in this box are in fact down here.
Yeah, same is true for 8. Yeah.
Sorry, you were looking at column 9?
No, row 9, same thing.
Oh, row 9. Okay, yeah.
You just did it.
Let's see.
So
if this thermo is going to sum to 10, it can't do that with a 3. So this would have to be a 1 in order for that to happen. But I don't know if we get anything similar.
I got something. 1 in box 6.
1 in box 6. Okay, so
Can
that's
only
not
go
box
to
6. Wrong box 6. Yep, 1 in box 6 can only go in one of those two. I think 9 in box 1 can only go in one of these two.
Yeah.
So I guess one thing that we could say is that one of these definitely has a digit that's at least 6 on it. So I guess one of these is at least 7. Maybe that's not quite so as exciting as I thought it was going to be. I have just noticed that 1, 2, 3 would be a region sum line, but it would also be a Renbon, so that's not allowed either. So it can never do a 1, 2, 3 for one that looks like this.
So 2 and 3 are restricted.
So yeah, so no 3s on these, no 2s or 1s. So 1, 2, and 3 in this box are up here at least. So
you can also not put a 5 on there. Well, yeah, it would be a 10 line if that's the case. Is it? Wait, no, that's not right. Never mind. Carry on.
So is it possible that this is a 1, 2, 3 triple, or is there some way we don't know that? Because if we have to put a 1, 2, or 3 on here, I think that does a lot in terms of saying what the Renbon has to be. But these are certainly not 1, 2, 3. These are also not 1, 2, 3 for the same reason. Right. So the question is, where does 2 go in this box? Chat asks. And so the point is, this can't be a 1, so this can't be a 2. And so 2 definitely goes up here, along with the 1. And so now 3 is ruled out of this because now this can't be that. And so now this is a 1, 2, 3 triple. That is really neat. So this isn't a 1, this isn't a 3. So is this going to have to be a... Oh, it could be a 10 line or a region sum line. Yeah.
It cannot be a Renbon because then it would also be a region sum line.
Right. So this is 4 or larger.
Or, I mean 1, 2, 3. It cannot be 1, 2, 3.
Right. It could be 1, 3, 4 would be fine.
2, 3,
now
4?
It can't sum to 5 and be a region sum line. So if it's a region sum line, it's exactly 1, 3, 4, because if it's summed to 5, then it would also be a 10 line, and that would be broken.
Yeah.
But it could also be 1, 2, 7, and be a 10 line. It's never going to be entropic. It could be 2, 3, 4 as a renbon. I think 2, 3, 4 would be acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the region sum it can be is 4. I don't think it can be anything else. And then as the 10 line.
4.
Oh, this could also be a 6, I think, because it could go 1, 3, 6, I think. And so
the 4 in box 6 has to be on a tip.
Yep.
So what can that be?
So the 4 on the tip could be a region sum line.
1, 3, 4.
It can't be a 10 line because you'd get to at most 9.
Yeah.
It could be a renbon as 2, 3, 4.
Except in column 9.
Except in column 9. It could not be that in column 9. And I think those are the only options.
So in one of these columns, you get a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple.
Right.
Which one?
Can
we deduce that, or?
Jay says, so there's definitely a 3 in one of these cells. Let's just double check that we believe that. So all of our combinations were either it sums to 4 as 1, 3, in which case the 3 is the
1, 2, 4 is doesn't set. It's not a 10 line. It's not a region sum. It's not a renbon. It's not entropic.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a 3 here. Okay. I was tempted to try and mirror that over here, but we already have a given 3 that tells us that you can't put a 3 in any of these cells.
Ah, that's sad. Okay.
Okay, so Jay makes a good point about this digit actually is quite restricted because if I start at 5, then I need to put a 4 and a 5 down here. If I start at 6, I need to put 4, 5, and 6 down here. If I start any higher than that, then I run into big problems, right?
We can just say something about the triple in on the tips in box 6. I mean, you cannot put a 5 on there too, right? Because that would put too many 1, 2, 3s and 4s in box 9. I think. Or am I miscounting here?
Let's see.
4, 5. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you can just do it, can't you? But you would have to. Wait a second.
So the problem is, if this is a 6, this is J40's point. If this is a 6, these are a 7, 8, 9. These are a 4, 5, 6. The problem is that makes these digits a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sextuple.
Yeah, that's a much easier way. Yeah,
that doesn't work. So this can't ever be a 6. So this can only be a 4 or a 5. And it's certainly down there, whatever it is. So that actually gives us, okay, so this is either 4, 5, 6, 7, or 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's always a 9 down here.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever that is worth.
And there's never a 6 on there and never a 7.
Right.
Because they are on the renbon.
Yep. So
I still wonder about the 5.
So if there's a 5 on the tip, what is it?
Yeah.
Because it can't be a region sum line. So it would have to be, the only way there could be a 5 on the tip is if it's a Renbon, right? It would have to be 3, 4, 5, but I think we know it can't be because the 3's already
it's taken up by the 4 thermo.
Right. So I don't think there can be a 5 down here. I think I believe that.
So it would have to be 5 for 1 or 2, but then it would be both a 10 line and a region sum line.
Yep, correct. So so now this is a 7, 6, 5, 4. None of these are 4. This isn't a 6 anymore. Let's see.
The short thermo going from box 2 to box 4 looks very interesting to me now.
Because this digit is so restricted.
Yeah, and the other one too, because
right. This can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Right. So this digit's already 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 just by the row. And of course, it's not a 9 or an 8. And so this digit has to be at least 6, but it can't be 6 or 7. So this digit can actually only be 8 or 9.
And I bet that's going to restrict the options for it. Like region sum line is impossible. 10 line is impossible.
Yep, agree with that. So this is either, if this were a Renbon, it would have to be 8, 7, 6, or it could be entropic if this is a 1, 2, 3. Oh, this 4 wrecked a couple possibilities for this. In fact, it just forced what this was without us noticing. Because the 4 actually got placed down here. So that's probably good. I know one of these two cells is a 3, actually, for whatever that is worth. Because of that 3 looking over and bumping a 3 over there. But yeah, I think both Renbon and entropic are possible.
So it's either 1, 2, 3, or it's 6.
Yep.
It feels like that this is going to be the step after the one that we're supposed to do right now.
I think that is probably true. Some people in chat are saying we know something about row 5, column 5. I'm not sure I see how. Okay, so it's at least 3. It's not 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it's an 8 or a 9. And the question is, why can't it be a 3 with a 3, 2, 1? Does that rule 1 out of the box? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't see what's wrong with 3, 2, 1. Let's see. I do know I can fill in these digits if I want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 3, I know.
Well, you can remove a 9 from row 9, column 4. So here's me
right.
eliminating a 9.
Yep.
From a single cell.
Yep. Down to a 1, 2, 3. And we know that this is the one of these that's a 4 is either 4, 3, 2 or 4, 3, 1. I'm just trying to remind myself if maybe we actually secretly know more about what's going on here now that we've sort of filled in a bunch of this.
So can any of them be a Ramban? The 4 could be, I think. The 9 could be with 7, 8. The 8 could also be the 7, 6.
The 8 we've said is down here for some reason.
I mean, in the tip. So no, that's
Yeah,
not
so
going to be
right,
useful.
because of this 8. So the 9 can't be a Renbon because of that.
Oh, so what is the 9?
So the 9 can't be a Renbon. It's probably entropic, right?
Yeah, it's not a 10 line either.
It could be a region sum, right? I could have 9 as like 3 plus 6 or something.
It's not 3 plus 6 because
Oh,
the
right.
3 is already gone. It's
Right, the
not 1
3 went
plus
with the
8.
4.
It's not 4 plus 5. So it would have to be 7 and 2.
Yep, so 9, 7, 2 would be an option.
Okay. Close, but
Okay, so being pointed out, we know where this digit goes in row 4. This digit in row 4 goes here.
okay.
I agree with that.
Me too.
Let's see. Do we know what the 8 is? I guess it could go 8, 7, 6 down here, maybe. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, so people are asking, is it really possible to put 5 on a tip? And so if 5 is on a tip, remember, it can't be a region sum line because it would also be a 10 line. It can't be entropic. It can't be a Renbon because of the given 3.
Oh.
And it can't be a 10 line because it would also be a region sum line. So I can't ever put a 5 in any of these. So this is a 5.
So that's an entropic one.
So yeah, so this is entropic. So we can make entropic orange. I don't know why, but that's my sort of inclination for entropic.
Okay.
So there's definitely a 6 and a 7. The 6, I guess this could go 6, 5, 4. So the 6 could be a Renbon. But the 6 could also be, I think, a region sum line. Let's see. So this could be 7, 2, 1. That was one of our options. And then my other option was other options were 4, 3, 2 or 4, 3, 1. Yep. And so annoyingly, that leaves all of 1, 2, and 3 really possible. So let's see. Carl is saying we should look at where 7 goes in box 9. It doesn't go in this row. So a 7 going here would have to be 7, 8, would have to go 7, 8. Oh, and it can't go that because there's an 8 there. So the 7 actually isn't there either. So the 7 joins the 3 and isn't in the column with the 7. So one of these things has a 7 as its second entry.
Nice.
And that's going to have to be either a region sum line because it could be 2, 7, 9, or a Renbon as a 6, 7, 8. I think those are the only options.
Yeah, so 2, 7, 9 or 6, 7, 8.
And of course, the 6, 7, 8 would have to go here.
I'm just looking at column 8 because 2, 7, 8, oh, sorry, 2, 7, 9, the thermo looks at the other thermo above it, column 8.
Column 8.
2, 7, 9 puts 1 and 4 in there. Is that a problem? No, it's not. Is it? No, it's not.
Caleb says these cells are a naked triple.
Okay.
Apparently. So they could be 1 or 2. They're not 3 because we pencil marked 3 in the box. They're not 4 or 5. They could be 6. But they're not 7 and they're not 8 or 9. So
Oh,
indeed, these are a
wow.
1, 2, 6 naked triple. Makes that not a 1 or a 2.
That's amazing.
That is a great spot to J-Lib there.
Yeah, thanks, Jaleb. I would not have seen this.
So the 1 could be going something like 1, 7, 8 for a region sum line. It can't be going 1, 2, 3 for a Renbon. It could be going something for an entropic, like 1, 4, 8 or something like that.
So the only 2 digits we don't know yet are 4 and 5, right?
Yep. Is it interesting that there's a 1, 2 pair in this column, ruling a 1, 2 off the third cell of a thermo? I don't think so.
That seems like an odd coincidence.
So yeah, the 2 also can't be part of a Renbon because the 3, remember, is used. Oh no, the 2 could be part. Sorry, the 2 could be with the 3 because the 4, we need the 4, but the 4 matches up with something. Yeah.
So you would have 2, 3, 4, and then 6, 7, 8. Because no, hang on a second. The 9 would then have to go with a 1.
Could it be
And
entropic?
yeah, then it would be entropic. And the other one is a 2. Oh, no. We could still do 2, 5, 9, for example. Oh, something's got to give.
Have we asked what the 6 can be? Because I think the 6 just has to be Renbon, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Because it's not going to be a region sum line. It's not going to be nearly big enough on the tip. So I think it's going to have to. Yep. So I think it's going to have to be 6, 7, 8.
Yeah. So the 6 goes in column 7.
Right. Okay. So that is a 6, 7, and 8.
There it is.
Okay. That is definite progress. That's not an 8.
So the 9 is not a sum. It's an entropic line.
Right, because the only way the 9 was working as a sum was being as 9, 7, 2, and we have broken that possibility. So
and the other one is 4, 3, and then either 2 or 1. So I think there's nothing more to be done there.
I think you are correct.
Still, we got stuff.
So we can at least maybe look at this cell, which is now not a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is only 2, 3, or 4, I think.
So that's a 1 or a 2.
Interesting.
The bulb is a 1 or a 2.
What's wrong with the bulb? Oh, because there's a 3 there. I see what's wrong now with it being a 3.
So if it's a Renbon, it cannot be 1, 2, 3. So can it even be a 1?
2, 3,
1.
4.
Oh, entropic. 1, 4, 7, 8, 9.
I think both of those are possible.
Yeah.
I mean, this technically can't be a 9 at least, but I think the others are still possible.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I think this is entropic or Renbon. It might even be able to be a 10 line, actually. Like 1, 2, 7, for example.
Yeah.
So I think there's lots of options. One of these two I know is a 4.
Maybe we should pencil mark some stuff like 6 in column 9.
Yeah, 6 in column 9 goes over there.
8 in row 8. 7 in row 8.
7 in row 8. Okay, so that's a 7 and an 8 over there. Hey, MicroStudy, welcome. 5 over here somewhere.
Can 5 be in the bulb there?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that. Would have to go. Yeah, I don't think it can be, because there's no way I can make it a 10 line. There's no way I can make it entropic. There's no way I can make it a region sum line. And there's no way I can make it a Renbon, because that would need to be a 7. So that's not a 5.
Okay.
I think we're still sort of in the situation where this could still be 1, 2, 3 exactly, as far as I am able to tell.
Yep.
Let's see. I'm being told that if this is a 7 or an 8, it doesn't work, which would be very nice.
Yeah, it would have to be a Renbon, right? And then it doesn't work.
Yep. Yep, it does not work because of the 6 and 7 down here. So good spot. So no 7 or 8 there. So therefore these are a 7-8 pair.
And we get another digit.
And so yeah, so this is a 3 or a 9.
Did we even do a digit dance?
I think so, but I don't remember. I would have sworn it was for an 8, but didn't. JLib says we did not. Oh no.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Well, we can dance for this 3, because the digit midway along the thermo is not a 9. So we can go just woo ba-doop ba-doop, woo ba-doop ba-doop, woo ba-doop ba-doop boop boop, woo ba-doop ba-doop boop boop, woo 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 wah ha ba-ba-doop ba-da-bop ba-da-bop bop. That's right. There was a donation dance. And then Zach got scared of the polar bear. But fortunately, there was a penguin friend this time, which Zach was less frightened by the penguin friend.
He's also friends with the polar bear, fortunately.
I see. That's good. That's good for him. Oh, there's a 1-2 pair here. So this is a 3. This can only be a 1 or a 2. Is there a reason this can't be 2, 3, 4? No. Or 1, 3, 6 also seems possible.
2, 3, 5 is possible.
2, 3, 5 does seem possible.
Oh, so we get a 1-2 pair in column 3.
In column 3,
the bulb of the thermo there is not 4 or 5 or no lower in row 6.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's not 4 or 5, it's 1 or 2.
So it's not 4 or 5 because there's nothing I can make 4 or 5 work with 8 or 9.
Yeah, we still have the 4 and 5 pencil marked.
There's a 4 there.
And we already knew it couldn't be a 5.
Right. We already proved it couldn't be a 5. Right. Okay. Yes. Excellent.
So this looks useful to me in column 3.
So yeah, this 1, 2 now has to go in one of these cells, I suppose.
So that thermo cannot be entropic anymore because 1, 2, 3 are already taken.
That's true.
10 line is it possible?
Because the minimum would be 3, 4, 6 is too big, so it's not a 10 line.
Region sum line could work 4, 5, and 9.
Yeah, it would have to be 4, 5, 9 exactly, because I realize 1, 2, and 3 are all gone.
And the only other option is a Renbon.
Yep.
Oh, so close. I almost had something. 4, 5.
Okay. Carl asked where this goes in box 5 because there's a 1, 2 pair in column 6. So this 1, 2 has to go here.
What a great spot.
Very nice spot.
Yeah.
Should
we call it a?
We could. I don't hate it. So that one's the orange. 1, 2.
Well, it seemed like we should have had some more because there are so many 1-2s in the grid.
They don't link together at all in any way, apparently.
No.
Is what we have learned. Hey, Sarah, welcome.
Hi, Sarah.
The other 1, 2 I know is over down here. I don't know if that does anything.
Oh.
Should we pencil mark what the possibilities for this cell are? Or are we going to be very upset if we do? Because like we said 4, 5, 9 was a possibility. Oh, I guess even like 4, 5, 6, maybe there's too many.
Yeah.
There might be too many possibilities.
It's like a headache puzzle in the best way possible. Like you have to stare and look and stare, and every
It
time
feels
you
so
find
good when you
something,
find the right combo.
yeah,
You're
like
like,
right, yeah, this is where I should have looked. I knew it.
Okay, so it's being told to me that this can only be a 3, 8, or 9 because it can't be a 1, 2 from the column, can't be 4, 5, 6, 7. So it is only 3, 8, 9. So that gives us
that's a triple. That's a
3, 8, 9
triple.
triple. Yep. And so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that one's probably not a 1.
We still have the
Did
1-2
I remove?
pair.
Sorry, I removed a digit I should not have. That
So we
1,
get a
2
naked
pair.
single.
That 1, 2 pair gives me a 7. So that is not a 7.
Wow.
Did not see that coming. So these are also from 3, 8, 9, I believe, just to finish the column.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's being pointed out I know where the 3 and the 5 are in row 6, because I just have a 3 and a 5 left to place, and so that's the 3 and that's the 5. I was trying to decide if 1, 2, 3 still worked, and I think obnoxiously 1, 2, 3 still works, even with all of this additional stuff that we filled in.
The column 2 thermo now. Can that now be a 9? The tip. Can the tip still be a 9? Because it could not be a Ramban, could not be a 10 line, could not be a region sum line. Would have to be entropic. Oh, that still works.
Oh no. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay. I give up.
So Tallcat asked about when I'm doing a 10-line ambiguity puzzle. And so funnily, the reason why I knew that 1, 2, 3, 4 immediately would not work in this puzzle is because I have spent a fair amount of time thinking about how you could make a Renbon 10-line ambiguity puzzle. And so I knew that like you can't have a 1 on a 4-cell Renbon or on a is like one of the deductions from that. So I've thought about it. It's never quite sort of come together in a way I was happy with. There's a 3, 8, 9 triple in this row actually. So these are actually only from 1, 2, 4.
Oh, wait. The column 2 thermo is never a Ramban.
Right, because
it sees a 7, 8 and has and there's a 5 in the column.
Yep, there's too many things gone.
So it's got to be entropic, right?
I think there was a concern that it could be a 9, 8, 1 region sum line.
Okay, or 7, 2, 1.
That also seems possible, annoyingly.
But it's never a Ramban.
What are the possibilities for this? Is this restricted? So this could be a Renbon, in which case it would go 2, 3, 4. Why is this cell orange? I don't even know.
It's not yellow, so it's
right,
orange.
right. Okay, yes, right, because it's not yellow. Got it. Okay, so this could go 2, 3, 4. It could be a 10 line and go 1, 3, 6.
A
Is
10
there
line
anything?
would be, oh yeah, 1, 2, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
And it can't be a region sum. It can't be entropic. I think those are the only options. So I think that is what is happening.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, we probably should have asked a while ago where 9 goes in this row, because 9 now only has 2 places in this row, which is almost good. Oh, kuraban has a digit in column 2. Kuraban asks where 9 is in column 2. So these 9s I literally just pencil marked. They do tell us where 9 goes in column 2, which is that it goes there, because it can't go partially along a thermo and doesn't have anywhere else. So that's an 8. And that's an 8. These are not 8 or 9. They are a 6, 7 pair. So
okay.
And so is this going to have to be the 8? Because if this is the 8, no, it could go 8 and 1. Darn it. 8 and 1 is still possible. Let's see. So this one doesn't have any 1s or 2s on it. So with this 6 or 7, do we know what it is?
Yeah, it's not a 9 anymore. Yeah.
Right. It can't be a region sum line. Because 1, 2, and 3 are all gone. So it's not region sum. Could it just be no, it can't be entropic because all the lows are gone. So it's not a region sum. It's not entropic.
It's not a 10 line.
It's not a 10 line. Okay, so this is always a region sum line. Sorry, no, this is always a Renban. Okay. Whoop-a-doop. There we go. Okay, so this goes 6, 5.
Oops.
6, 5, 4 or 7, 6, 5. Those are the only options now. So there's always a 6, so that's never the 6. There's always a 5, but I don't know if I care about that as much.
So remaining digits are 9 plus 4 or 7. And 7.
Apparently that one's not a 7. So the thing I notice is if I make this, actually, I'm using 2 of the middle digits either way out of this. So I'm really running out of ways to make entropic lines. I certainly can't make both of these entropic, which I think we were previously wondering if they could be. But these are 2 middle digits right here. Is it possible neither of these is entropic? I don't know how to answer that.
It sounds like a good question, though.
Because if neither of them, if neither of, or sorry, if these can't, if one of them has to be entropic, then this can't be a 4, because of our collection of digits, is what I am thinking. So this 9, we've said the options are that it's a region sum in a couple ways. Like 1, 8 or 2, 7, I think.
I'm trying to read chat right now. Letters are getting a little too small for me being cross-eyed and everything. I can't even read the coordinates anymore. Okay, this is worse.
Oh, I think the reading coordinates when chat like gives a statement that's got like 3 different coordinates in it, it always just my brain just can't parse that.
Well, at least I see the 4, so there's something going on with the 4.
So Garion asks where row 8, column 2 is in box 1. So this digit, right. This digit is never in any of these cells.
Oh, wow.
So it's up there with the 9 is Garion's point. So this is not a 4 ever, because these need to be from 7, 8, 9, because whatever this digit is, it goes in one of those two cells. That is
That's
that is
amazing.
incredibly good, Garion.
Yeah. Wow.
So where's the other 7, 8, 9 in this box? Can't the other 7, 8, 9 only go here?
Yep.
So this can only be a 7 or an 8. So that gives us the 7, 8 pair in the column.
So that means it's not entropic.
Right. This is not entropic.
So the other, the bulb is a 1 or a 2. It's a region sum.
Yep, that's the only option. So this is now a 1 or a 2, with this being a region sum.
And so the 4. Oh no. Where's the other 1 or 2?
It's got to be here, right?
Yeah.
And then this has to be the 4, 5, 6 that's left, right, in the box.
Yeah.
That's very cool. I really like the sort of like you can map out where all of those
Yeah.
where all of those go. Does this now have to be entropic, or is it possible that this is a region sum? I think it's still possible that this is a region sum, unfortunately.
Yeah. 2 plus 4 is 6. Yeah. 2 plus 5 is 7.
Let's see. Mehdi wants to look at whether 4 here really works. So that would be 4, 3, 1.
Well,
Should make that a 2.
row 3, column 1 cannot be a 5. That's for sure. Because the 5 is already on the Ramban thermo.
Oh, Kuraban has a good point, which is where is 6 in column 2? 6 in column 2 is now placed here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Good spot to Kuraban. This can only be a 1, 2, or 4 for the record.
Mm-hmm. The thermo 6, 3. 1.
Yeah, 2, 3, 6 is just not a thing. So 1, 3, 6. So this one's actually a 10 line. Whoop, whoop. So that is 2 and 2 and 6 and 1 and 2 and 1 and a 3 and a 2 and a 9 and a 3. We should probably verify that we actually know what this is. This is entropic. I was wondering if it was going to turn out that 10 lines just didn't actually exist in this puzzle. And that was all just a ruse to get me to do the puzzle. Let's see. These are a pair of something and something. 2, 3, 4, 5,
5, 6.
5, 6. Yep. These
For
are
extra ambiguity, you could also make Fibonacci lines where you can only do 1, 2, 3, or 1, 1, 2, or 2, 3, 5.
This being a 2 means this isn't a 2 anymore.
I'm just getting an idea for a puzzle.
Yeah, so. Getting idea for all of the different constraints you could throw in. I do love ambiguity puzzles. They always tickle me. Let's see. Let's fill in the rest of this row. So we've got 1, 2, 3 still, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 left to place. I know these aren't a 9. I know that's not a 3. Beautiful spot from Kuraban. One of these two cells is definitely a 5 now. And so in particular, that cell's not a 5. Oh, I guess that just got us that we knew that one of these was a 5 before, but hey, still good to see it. So let's see, we can still try and understand Medi's point about this being 431. So if this is 431, then these can't be 4 or 1. And so this is a 9 with a 2. And a 5. That still works though, I think.
731 works too. Yeah. So what's the other thermo in column 1? What's that again? Yeah, that could still be a region sum line. Still.
Yes, this can just be a region sum line.
But then what is it? If it's a region sum line, it's can still be. It must be 2, 4, 6.
Oh, So don't we know one of these is 431? Isn't that what we proved a bajillion years ago? Because if we know that, this can't be 431.
Oh, wait, 432. Doesn't 432 work?
Oh, 431 or 432. Okay, so this point doesn't work, I don't think.
Although in this case, I mean, you cannot put 432 in column 9 anymore because of the 2, 3 above it. And
so if there is a 432, it only goes here, but either way, that means this can't be a 431.
You would have 7, 1, 3. Doesn't that still work?
Yeah, I still can't quite fill in enough digits in my brain to rule out.
I'm going to break in here. If you place a 4 in that cell, you get a 3 below it on the thermo, but then you also get 4, 3 something also in column 9. So you have 2 3s in column 9.
Yeah, that's a really messy spot, but I believe it now.
I believe it, yeah.
Yeah, so the point is that 4 always goes with 3. Tristan's volume needs to be adjusted. The point is that that 4 here puts a 3 here always, but it also puts a 4 here, which also puts a 3 below it. And so that would put 2 3s in the column. So this can't be a 4. So it's a 7, which makes this a 10 line. So that's a 2 and a 1.
What color do you have for 10 line?
10 lines are gray as my, I grayed the other one over there.
Right, yeah.
So that is a 3, and that's now a 4. And so we get to fill in lots of digits, which I think is going to help. At least help towards our goal of filling in digits. 1 and 4, 7 and 2, 2 and 1, 9 and 8. Oh no, I absolutely had not thought of this point over here. I just wouldn't ever have sort of like done enough. Like you had to look ahead far enough. Like you didn't need to see that many specific points, but you needed to pick very specific points out of a lot of implications in order to piece that together.
It's not I mean, you know that the 4 goes with the 3, and it's true for all 3 thermos. So if you do 4 3, then you rule out both 4 3 from both thermos in columns 8 and 9.
Yeah, so, with the information synthesized correctly, then I think it becomes spottable.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. That if 2 3 cell 8K just see each other, that they have to be of different colors.
Yep. Yeah, it was like, for me, the starting point wasn't, can this be a 4? For me, the starting point is, how do the 3 and 4 relate between this
Yeah.
one and this one, and then saying, okay, once you know that, then you see
Yeah.
that this doesn't actually work because of the way they sort of look at each other.
Yeah.
Is sort of how my brain would have eventually maybe gotten there if I had to do this puzzle without chat's help. So these
That's
are an
4,
8,
8,
9.
9.
Oh, I guess I can just ask Mark. Oh, sorry. I should not have done that. I should have done that and then marked it. Sorry, because Mark was going to assume that I had.
Because Mark sees a naked single. That's what I was going to say. Mark is really good at naked singles.
Yeah, we've all got our skills. 9 and 4. And so before we finish and reveal the bet tree, we should go back and reveal what all of these things are. So this is a 2, 4, 6. So that is a region sum.
But hey, I won the bet.
Oh, excellent. This 1, 3,
For
4, that
change.
is also a region sum. 2, 5, 9, that's entropic. 6, 7, 8, that's a Renbon. 2, 4, 8, that is entropic. And then the betting tree is a 3, as Qodec says, being Qodec's favorite betting tree outcome. Very nice.
It really helps, if you can place the bet tree yourself,
Yes, if you can place the bet tree,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you can place the bet tree and you're the setter, then you really can have a leg up on the competition. Although I always enjoy when the setter bets on the bet tree in a puzzle and then everyone else copies their bet and then they bet wrong. That is it's good for the house. Excellent. This was very cool.
Very crafty. I'm impressed.
Interestingly, I found this 4-star puzzle a lot harder than the previous 4-star puzzle that we did, but very cool. I liked this combo. I've done multiple previous Derektionary puzzles with this sort of like, oh, every thermo is also one of these, and I have enjoyed all of them. I think this was the most challenging of them. It's interesting that these both turned out to be Renbons, because you'd have thought them looking at each other they couldn't, but hey, it turned out anyway. Alrighty. You want to do one more, Qodec? Or is it sleepy time? Because now you can't see digits anymore.
Yeah, I can still see the big digits on the screen, but chat is already getting difficult. And
well, you already made it through 2 more puzzles than you thought you were going to. So
absolutely, yeah. So yeah, I think I'm gonna check out for now. And
thank you very much for joining.
And thank you guys for having me, because I had so much fun.
Excellent. We'll hope to have you around again soon. It should be fun.
I hope so too. Yeah, I love this.
Yeah, this is great fun. Well, sleep well. I hope you and your animals have a good night. And we'll see you around in the future.
Yeah. I will hang out and chat for a little bit.
Sounds good.
I'm not gone yet, but I need to get ready for bed.
All right, sounds great. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Bye bye.
Alrighty, welcome back, everyone.
I know I'm off screen. I just need to fix this real quick.
I'm now being joined by the lovely Tristan. Yeah, it will be a normal length stream, so we've got 45 more minutes. I am very confused. If someone has done this puzzle, I would appreciate clarification. What are the little killer clues that don't say what the little killer clue is? Because I don't think the rules explain that. Oh, it's saying they're also sandwich clues. Okay. I think I understand what's going on here. So we'll see if we can figure this out. So we have here at the puzzle double or nothing. So we have normal 6x6 rules. And we have normal rules for sandwich. So the clues on the outside of the grid, like the 13, are giving you the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 6 in the row. So for example, I could put a 1.
Sorry.
What did you do?
I
Did you take us off?
It's back. It's fixed.
So for example, if this were a 1 and this were a 6, we'd be saying the sum of the digits between them was 13, which would not work. I realize. But we'll pretend that this could also make that work. But we also in this puzzle have in every row and column a cell that is doubled and a cell that is nothinged. Can cells be both doubled and nothinged? No, they cannot. I don't. Oh, actually, it doesn't say that. But it does say that in every. It does say that each digit is doubled and each digit is nothinged. In the rules. Okay, and then there are also little killer clues. So these 3 cells sum to 6.
I'm gonna guess that cells can't be both doubled and nothinged.
Definitely doesn't say that. If that is
well, it's
implied, it does not feel implicit to me that is true. But if someone has done the puzzle, I will happily it could be true. But I do not know. We are told that these cells are doubled. Okay, so Ambrose says you can read it out of. Okay, what are you doing, Tristan?
I'm just trying to get chat to work. It keeps screwing with my screen. Okay.
Are we actually on or not?
We're on.
Okay. I never know if I need to stop talking. It says 2 special cells. I'm trying to see. I agree with that wording. I just don't see the phrase 2 special cells in the rules that I'm looking at, Ambrose. There might be a version of this with longer rules that maybe say that Tristan could check, since
yeah, I will check this.
Oh, I realize I also can check it because I have a second monitor.
Let's see. When summing the filling each row, each box, and each column contains 2 special cells, 1 double cell and 1 nothing cell.
Okay, so they are different. That's not in these rules, but it's in the full rules.
Yeah. And yeah,
and I don't understand the little killer sandwich thing at all. So I'm going to let you figure that out.
Okay, so when summing the filling inside a sandwich, digits outside the grid are sandwich sums whose filling is the cells on that row or column that are inside the crust, a pair of cells containing the digit 1 or the digit 6. If a digit outside the grid has an arrow, then in addition to being a sandwich sum, whose value is unknown, it is also a little killer clue. So it means that the sandwich value and the little killer value are the same.
Right. Okay. So this little killer is the same as whatever this sandwich is. Okay. Got it. So.
And that 6 means that's a 6 sandwich and a 6 little killer.
Okay. I would not have understood that, but yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, if there's an arrow, then it is
little
both...
killer doesn't use doubler or nothing values?
Let's see. Doubler or nothing. It only says doubler or nothing count for sandwiches. It doesn't say anything about little killers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, the little killer, what Ambrose is saying, the little killer uses digits, and the sandwich uses values.
I think this is largely my fault for clicking the version with short rules, but these rules are a lot. So okay, so
thank you for helping clarify, Ambrose. Also, can someone tell me if our audio balance is good? Is one of us louder than the other? Yeah, Toto.
So at the very least, we know the sandwich here is positive. I know that these I mean, I did pick this one because it looked like it might be one of the ones that did not stick to the recommended time frame. And we had a little bit more time than usual. Like the sandwiches use the double and nothing, but the
little killers don't.
The little killers don't. But these are both. I know that these are not crust, although I don't know that I have a fantastic way to mark that they're not crust. Like I could X them or something, but that seems unwise. Like I know do I know that exactly one of these is crust? I think I probably know that exactly one of these is crust. The 6x6s specifically are for end of stream stuff, so they're recommended to take 20 minutes or less, because if they are as long as a regular puzzle, I mean, I don't have anything against doing 6x6s that take an hour. That's a perfectly fine medium, but I'll just put that in the regular list of puzzles because then it's the same as another puzzle. Also, I realized I poured myself a glass of iced tea and didn't actually get it, so I'm going to let Tristan entertain you while I go get it.
I can get it if you want. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been working out stream stuff and barely paying attention to what's going on with the Oh, I saw that 6x6, Isabella. Oh, the penguin's over my shoulder. Thanks, Kuraban. I was actually thinking about trimming this before I came on stream. Oh, not the one on the thread. Zeta, do you remember the names of these penguins over my shoulder?
That one is Nick. I don't know that the rainbow penguin has ever been given a name. But that penguin was named by Harvey, who gave him to us.
That's true.
like 13 is the largest of these, which you'd think would be useful, but I don't see it yet. This 12, I at least know doesn't have a doubler in it. That sounds kind of useful. Because I need at least 3
what's
digits.
the max a sandwich sum can be? It's 14, right?
19 if it has a doubler.
Right.
But this 12, the point is we know it doesn't have a doubler. And so this 12 has quote unquote outies of 2.
Of 2.
But the outies could be that the 2 is in a nothing cell, or it could just be the 2 is outside. So I think it means these are from 1 to 6 is what I think it means.
Yeah.
And I'm being told this can't be a 2. That can't be a 2.
Couldn't 12 have a double 5 with a 2?
Kuraban, it could accept that this cell is given to be doubled. So
that's a good point.
that can't be inside of it. That's the only reason why I started with this one. So
let's see, I want to see if I can get my cursor onto Zeta's screen. Can I do that?
So I think I'm going to indicate that these are doubled with green circles so that I can use things to indicate what is and isn't crust, although now I'm realizing I want to make this crust by making it purple and then indicate that things aren't crust. I want to delete this green behind it, but I don't know that I can. Maybe this is not going to work. I just want to say,
can you see my mouse, Zeta?
No. I just kind of want to mark for my sanity that these things aren't crust. In fact, actually, this is going to have to be the other 1/6, isn't it? Because neither of these can be 1/6. 2 is not 1/6. And if I put the other 1/6 here, that does not add to 7. So this is certainly the other 1/6 for this box. So
well, I know chat sees 2 cursors. I was just hoping Zeta could see it.
Nope. So Andrew has a good point, which is that this can't be 1 because then I would need to come up with a sandwich sum of 1, and I definitely can't come up with a sandwich sum of 1 even with all of these things. If this was 6, this 9 sandwich might be a big problem because oh no, I could just nothing a 5, couldn't I? Because I'd have these 2 here.
Yeah.
But if I just nothing the 5, then I will have 2, 3, 4, and that will work. So no, that's fine. Wait, circles weren't supposed to be 1/6. Circles were supposed to be doubled. I didn't find a way to denote one. I didn't find a way to denote that something is or isn't crust. That I could find.
Right.
Like maybe I could just use X's and O's for things that are crust and then use colors for things that are doubles. So do that to say that those aren't doubled, or sorry, that those aren't crust.
So
that might be the fastest way to do this.
We're being encouraged to look at crusts in column
in
4.
This column, because now this has to, so Xing that actually helped a lot because now this has to be a 1/6. And this also has to be a 1/6.
So we have to make and 2 cells add up to 13. So it's
so this cell needs
doubled
to be
5
4.
plus that 5 can't be doubled. It's doubled 5 plus a 3, or doubled 4 plus a 5.
I didn't think you could double givens, but maybe it doesn't say that you can't double givens.
Why would you not be able to double givens?
Because in no doubler puzzle ever are you able to double givens. But it's possible the rules don't say that, and I don't think I can read them to find out. So so we know we've got at least this.
The rules say, the extended rules say nothing about givens not being able to be doubled. But I don't know if
So
that was an assumption.
This 6 at least lets me X those cells.
Makes the 6 sandwich in row 3 Derektionary claims as a doubled 3.
That's true, Andrew. I do remember that. That was quite a puzzle. I don't think this can be a 1-6. Because that's too many digits inside the sandwich for a sum to 4.
Yeah.
Because I can have at most one digit that actually counts inside the digit for sum to 4. So
you can't have 2 digits that add to 4.
Yeah, so this is never a thing. Oh, I guess I also have a 5 clue down here that I wasn't really appreciating. But that is true. Doesn't row 4, column 5 have to be crust? I don't think so.
Yes, Derek, it's doubler, sandwich, little killer, except...
But the little killer doesn't count those, and also there's nothing cells, but the little killer doesn't count those either.
Right. There are double cells and nothing cells, but the double cells and nothing cells only modify sandwich stuff. And the little killers just go by whatever number is in the cell.
Kuraban, but there could be a nothing cell, because remember there could be a nothing. That's the problem. Yes, column 5 can be 4 plus nothing is the point. Good point. This can't be a 6 because it's on a 6 little killer, and the little killer doesn't care about anything else.
Yay, digit.
So we get a digit.
Nick is gonna do a mini digit dance.
Okay, Nick can do a mini digit dance. Boop it up. Good job, Nick. So these two cells sum to 5. So they're either a 2-3 or a 1-4. Yes, this can't be crust because it would be a 6. I agree with microstudy there.
Yep.
Can this be crust is the question. Because then I'd have to make a 7 in 4 with only one null. No, that doesn't work. So this has to be the other crust. So this is the 6, and that's the 1, and that's the 6.
Why do we know the... Oh. Why couldn't it be a 1 in row 4, column 6?
I was just talking about for this box.
Oh. Okay.
Where were we? We were here.
Oh, because of the 5 clue?
Right. So that X came from the little killer. This X came from the 5 clue. Now one of these two has to be a crust.
A 6. Okay.
But if that one's
Got
the
it.
crust, I need to
Yeah,
sum 4 digits, one of which
No,
could
no,
be
I
nothing,
understood.
but I'm
I
summing 3
understood
digits.
why. Right. I
So,
understood why row 6, column 6 couldn't be the thing.
okay, so we get that. We do know there's a nothing cell in here. This is either a 2 or a 4 because it's either doubled or it's not. And we're already, I think we're nothinging a 2 in this. Oh, we don't even necessarily. We might be nothinging a 2 in this row, but I think we don't know. Okay, and so Derektionary points out that now this 2, 4 means the 6 is not 2 plus 4. So now the 6 can't be a double 2 and a 2. So I think the 6 can't be anything but a
double 3.
A double 3, I don't think. So so
That
somewhere in here
sounds
there's a
right.
3. These two add to 5, and neither of them is a 1, so they're a 2-3 pair, as Carl points out.
Yep.
Let's see. And Carl points out that's really gorgeous. This 2-3 pair sees that cell, so that cell's a 4.
Beautiful.
So this cell is neither doubled nor nothinged. We can gray to indicate that.
Oh, and 3 is just placed by Sudoku in that box, in box 4.
Yep, so this is now a 3, and that's a 2 because of the corner mark 3 over here.
That was J40's point.
Well spotted. So these two are a 4-5 pair. So now the question is, how is my 7 clue working? Something's getting nothinged in here, of course. It could be 5 plus 2. It could be a doubled 2, and then I nothing that digit. There's a few options, I suppose.
Kuraban is correct that...
Yeah, one of these is nothinged. That's a doubler, so therefore this can't be doubled or nothinged. And ditto that cell, actually, because again, I know that I've got a doubler and a nothing up there.
MicroStudy points out that you can't double the 2 because there's already a doubler in the column.
Oh, right. That's right. I can't double the 2. Right. So then I have to nothing the 3, right? Oh, no, I could nothing the 2. No, I've already nothing to 2 in row 1. Because we needed to... No, we didn't need to nothing the 2 in row 1. We just needed to exclude the 2 in row 1. It might or might not be nothinged. Okay, so there's still options for how this works.
Yeah.
Is the upshot at the end of the day.
Well,
don't I need a 5 to get to 5? I don't think I'm getting to 5 in any way that doesn't involve a 5. Because I can't double a 1. I can't double a 2. So what I'm saying is I think this can't be a 5, because I think this 5 clue, I think it needs a 5. But if anyone sees a way to get to 5 with these rules without that, I would appreciate it. But I don't think you can.
We can't add 2, 3 and have the 6 in row 6, column 1?
Oh, maybe 2 and 3. Maybe 2 and 3 is an option. 2 and 3 is an option. I think you're right. In fact, I actually know there's not a 5 down here, because if there was a 5 down here, there would be a 5 up here. So actually, you're right. I need a 2 and a 3 here. Is the only way it's going to work. So the point really should be, I'm never getting to 5 if I don't make this a 3. So these are a 2, 3, and that is a 6, I believe. So we get that, I think.
Yeah,
And
Derek,
so
the
this is a
blanks mean
5 and a
that the
4.
sandwich value and the little killer value for that are the same.
It's a 5. That's 2. Okay, so now I have to look at this, and this is the cell that has been nothing. We'll make that red. So these are gray because we've already handled that. We've already doubled 1 and 6, so those are not anything, and therefore this is doubled. So
row
these
2
are all
now.
nothinged.
The row 2 sandwich is finished.
Oh, and good thing that that turned out to be doubled, because that this can't be anything, because if this was nothing, we'd have lots of problems. So the row 2 what? The row 2
The row
sandwich.
2 sandwich. There's only one way it works.
Aren't there 2? Because this could be the one, or that could be the one, and that could be a nothing.
Oh. Right, that could be anything nothinged.
But this surely can't be nothinged
Can't
or
be
doubled anymore.
or nothinged. And the 6.
And these two 3 can't be doubled or nothinged. Or my math is not going to work out. I'm told there's only 1 digit left in column 4. I believe it is a 4, and that's a 3. Right, and remember, in order to make this row work at all, I needed this to be the other crust. It was the only question was whether the other crust featured a oh, oops, I don't know about that, sir. Oh, I do know the 10 clue has to be more than 1 cell, because I can't double the 5. I've already doubled the 5. So this digit I probably know. It's probably a 5. 5, 4, 3 do add to 12. That's good. This is now a 1, I believe. And so there is indeed a doubled 3 and a nothinged 5 in here. So that's funny. Yep. This is a doubled 3 and a nothinged. Oh, and I actually know where the nothinged 5 is. The nothinged 5 is here because there's a 5 in the other column. So this is a nothinged 5 and a doubled 3. And now every 5 in the grid we know is not affected because, oops. Because we've both doubled and nothinged 5. So that 5 and that 5 are gray.
Josh Johnson points out that the 2 in box 6 is a doubler by the row.
Sorry, what?
The 2 in box 6 is a doubler by the row.
Oh, right. I just need to put a doubler somewhere and it can only go there. Agree. So this must be the nothinged 1. So now 1s have been both doubled and nothinged. So this is not doubled or nothinged. And so where does the doubler go in this box? Only here. Because again, the 6 can't be doubled. And so the 6 can't be doubled and it can't be nothinged. So the 6 is neither doubled nor nothinged. The 4 is neither doubled nor nothinged. Here.
So where are we nothinging a 6? It can only be in box 2.
Is that true?
Where else are we nothinging a 6?
See, not in this box, not in this box. Yep, so this is the nothinged 6. So this is the nothinged 2. So that 2 actually was nothinged despite all the gnashing of teeth. That's very funny. About whether it would be nothinged or not. So this is nothinged. Okay, so we've got all the graying done. So now we know what this digit is, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This puzzle really was a like mostly read the rules and then it's very smooth sort of puzzle. That's a 1 just by Sudoku. 2, 3, 4. That's a 5. So this being a 1 gets its jewelry. So a double 4 plus a nothing 5 plus what is equal to 10, and the answer is 2. Let's see. 6 in this box only goes here.
Yeah.
So this is not sandwich. That's not sandwich. This must be sandwich. So funnily enough, we're done and we've not used these clues at all, except for that one maybe. We certainly did not use this clue at all. Is this clue even right?
Well, it's going to resolve the... That's true, we Simoned it.
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1. Is this even right? Oh yeah, doubled 5 is 10, and that sums to 10. Okay. I was just curious if it was right at the end, but we certainly did not use this, I do not believe. Like, I don't even think we used it to, like, rule out a crust from anything. I just wanted to make sure that this really added to this sandwich, which seemed implausible. I think what this puzzle really needed, like, I think the rule set was good, except for the sandwich is equal to little killer part. I think you probably could have gotten rid of the whole little killer part and just made it about sandwiches. And I think that probably would have made it a little more coherent, because all the cool logic was about the sandwiches, and then the little killers were in the also starring section. And I think there was a full enough cast already for this particular episode. But there was a lot of neat stuff with the combo of nothing, double, and sandwich. I think that was a beautiful combo to pick up on, and I think people could do more with that. Although it does make sort of the notation a bit of a nightmare. Oh, I realize I missed an X. I'm sure people will be very upset if I miss the X.
Yeah, Ambrose.
I do agree that if you have double or nothing cells, probably all clues should count them, rather than only half of them.
Unless now, do we want to...
Sorry, what?
Oh, I was just going to ask if we wanted to do a quick 6x6, or...
do you want to do that Kinnison Fog of War puzzle?
Sure.
That I know is fast.
I'm sure. I don't know if Kinnison's still awake, but we can certainly do that.
Did that get added to the bucket? I think it did, right? Oh, there we go. I was like, aren't I at the bottom of the bucket? Okay, so oh, Kinnison is awake, kind of. Kinnison is sleeping in chat. Alrighty,
we can put row and column numbers on.
Is this the one where the betting tree is hidden in the fog, or should we put down a betting tree? Oh, that's right. We don't put it down a betting tree because this is the 6x6 portion of the stream where we just fill in things. So this is a Fog of War puzzle. Remember, we do have a Fog of War setting competition. So if you are interested, if people want to guess, we'll put down a tree here just so you can guess. If people are interested, we do have a Fog of War setting competition. It will we'll do those puzzles probably in January. So if you are interested in seeing what you can do with Fog of War, like put a 1 here, by all means, it is a good idea to do so.
Did you want to put row and column numbers on?
Sure. There we go. The hard part is always finding where that says that. Okay, so now we get to ask where 9 goes in this box, and the 9 has to go there, which unfortunately doesn't tell us anything.
The tops of the numbers are cut off. That's so weird.
Yeah, they're literally cut off on the screen, so it is not a.
It's not a
an issue
stream
with
thing.
anything else.
It's just literally
Some update. Now we get to ask where 8 goes in this box, and it can only go there. Well, if you want to do one for the setting challenge, Kuraban, by all means. Are you going to do a single constraint Fog of War puzzle? That might be difficult. So now one of these has to be a 7. It's going to have to go 7, 8, 9. So one of, oh, right. One of these has to be a 7, and it's not the one that is too many cells away from the end of a thing. Because if this were a 7, it'd go 7, 8, 9, what? So this is the 7, that's the 8, and that's the 9. I mean, technically, it could just be a classic Kuraban, although I doubt it would be a very interesting classic, but who knows? The 9 doesn't go there, I can tell you, with some certitude.
So row 3, column 5 is at most 7.
Most 7.
And it is at least 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But what if one of the digits is nothing? As Garion points out. Let's see. And so these I should be able to write in. They should be a 5 and a 6. What is this red line? Oh, it's an entropic line. Okay,
it's an entropic line.
So one of these digits is 8 because I need one of them to be from 7, 8, 9, and it's not that one. So one of these digits needs to be low, and it's not that one. Yes, microstudy, the second doubler puzzle, third doubler puzzle I set, because I set vignettes, and then I set Topsy-Turvy with Tall Cat, and then the one after that was a doubler thermo, was Medusa.
Yeah.
So this can only be 5 or 8 if we would like to mark these sorts of things.
Yep.
Let's see.
Fog of War, slow thermo with doublers and nothings.
There you go. Perla, 5,
that's
8
true.
pair
Perla has a
above.
good point. In column 6.
Oh, these are not 1, 2, 3, 4. So so these are in fact a 5, 8 pair. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
And 7, 9 pair at the bottom of the column.
And remember, we said we needed an 8 on this line because there's not a 7 or a 9 on it. So that is an 8, and that's a 5 by Perla's point. Beautifully spotted, Perla.
Yeah, very nice.
So that means that this cell is a 7 or a 9. And this cell is an 8 or a 9. I think I can say that this line definitely goes there. I don't think I can say quite what happens with this line. Maybe it stops. Who knows? So if this is medium, it's a 4. Otherwise, it's low. Let's see. We know what digits are at the bottom of this column. We might want to fill them in. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9 are at the bottom of this column. Let's see. 6 is in this column, and it can only go one place because it can only go there. We can fill in this quad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, those aren't 5. So 5 is in this column, and it can only go there. And now we have to make sure that this 2, 3, or 4 is less than 5. These digits are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 8. Well, that's not an 8. And that's not an 8 either, because that would be two highs too close together on a thermo.
Yep.
So that's an 8. One of these is a 4, because one of them has to be a middle digit. So that's not a 4. It's a 2 or a 3. This 7, 9 means this digit's high. So that's a 7, 8, or a 9. and apparently not an 8. So that's a 7-9 pair in the row.
And a 7-9 pair in the column.
And
which
a
is
7-9
interesting
pair
for
in the
that thermo.
column. So now this is at most 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bam. Much like that Qodec thermo that we did the other day. Okay, this one says that low needs to go here, so that is a 3 and a 4. In order to make that work, this needs to be a 4, 5, or a 6, and not a 4. This needs to be this needs to be a 5 or a 6, and it's not a 5, so it's a 6, and that's a 5.
Yep.
Very cool. These are a pair of a 1 and something. A 1 and a 3. And so this is always low, so this can't be. So that's a 4. Excuse me. And a 2. Sneezy's Zeta today. This digit's just a write in.
It's funny how Zoom
1.
edits out sneezes.
This digit needs to be medium, so it's a 5 or a 6. And this digit needs to be low, so it's a 2 or a 3. This digit needs to be low, so it is a 2. This digit needs to be high, so it's an 8, so that's a 9. This digit needs to be a 5 or a 4, a 5, or a 6, but it's not a 5 or a 6, so it's a 4. This digit needs to be a 2 or a 3. I think it can be either. This digit needs to be a 1, a 2, or a 3. And it's not a 3, so it needs to be a 1 or a 2. This digit
one's
needs
placed
to be
by
a
Sudoku
6.
in box 3.
1 by Sudoku in box 3 is there, so that's a 2. So we need to make sure this number is bigger than 1.
Ooh, tough.
These are a 2-3 pair. Lovely as always from Kinnison. Let's see. Trying to see if there's an easy thing to spot. One of these two is a 6. But I don't quite see what that is doing.
Oh yeah, 2 by
2
Sudoku
in column
in box
7.
3.
Yep. Per Garian. So that is a 2. Yeah, one of those is a 2 or a 3. That digit needs to be high. I don't actually know that this line continues. I'm just imagining it. So this is at least a 4. So this is at least 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's not a 6. This is at least 4, 5, 7. So this is only a 7 or a 9, I believe.
Ambrose thinks we can finish 5s.
This is a 5. That's helpful. So now this digit is high and is an 8. Have we finished the 5s? We have apparently not finished all the 5s yet. That is a 5.
And row 7, column 9?
Yep. And now Sven thinks we have finished the 5s. And I usually trust that Sven fella. One of these two is a 3. Let's see, 4 in column 9.
Oh,
4 in column 9 goes there. 4 goes over here in this box.
I'm amazed Daniel
4
didn't
can't
make
go
the betting
here.
tree of 4.
4 can't go here because 1, 2, and
That
3 are gone. So the 4, in fact, goes there.
Yep.
So we can fill in the rest of this box. In fact, we can probably mark at this point.
Yep.
So neither of these two cells is a 9. So that one's definitely a 9. So that's a 7. We broke it. What did I do? Yeah, this is definitely broken.
Why isn't row 6, column 2 a 9?
Because that's... Oh, no, because row 9, column 3 can be a 9. Row 9, column 3 can be a 9. Good, because none of these can be 9s. That's the 9. There we go. That's the problem. So that is an 8 and a 9 and a 7 and a 1 and a 3 and a 6 and a 7. That was terrifying. 9 and a 7, 2, 3, 2. Only temporarily broke the 1-star puzzle that we decided to do. Let's see. That's a 3. Apparently, these are a 1, 7. That's an 8 and a 4. That's a 1. I need to put 6 and 9 in some order here. I probably want to put the 6 there and the 9 there, and 6 there and the 9 there. 7 and 1 and 9 and 7. And the betting tree is a 3. Congratulations, Bremster, and all the 3-betters in the world. And
Mark
Kinnison's
solves Simon.
Interesting. And Kinnison's claim that this would take about 10 minutes proved correct. It would have taken even closer to 10 minutes if I hadn't broken the bottom box. 3-betters for the win indeed. All righty. Well, thank you everyone for hanging out today. Thank you, Qodec, for guesting. Yeah, in my brain, one of these things had to be a 3, and I had a proof that none of them could be a 3. One of these had to be a 9, and I had a proof that none of them could be a 9. But that was great, because actually this one could be a 9. But in my brain,
a
I missed
puzzle
that.
titled "Turning 40" this year.
Interesting. Is Mark turning 40 this year? Or is Simon turning 40 this year? Somehow it's hard for me to believe that either of them is turning 40 this year, but it's possible. I will not say that in an email to them. I'm trying to think what I know about the age of Simon's children as I assess whether I believe he could be turning 40. They might be young enough. I think they're Harry Potter aged. I don't quite know what Harry Potter age is. I mean, some of my friends in grad school were apparently Harry Potter aged, but I don't think he's old enough to be their parents. Yeah, I do not know. Anyway, thank you very much to everyone for hanging out today. It has been a pleasure for me. Hopefully you have had fun as well. If you haven't taken a second to like the stream, go ahead and do so. We will be streaming on Christmas. We'll be streaming together. So if you want to come watch us do My Secret Santa puzzle and whatever else we feel like, we will do that. And we'll see you around then. So until then, thank you to all the people who support the stream. If you're interested in supporting the stream, we just got a new supporter today. So thank you, Karen, for becoming a new supporter. But if you want to support the stream, you could do that by clicking the join button down below, and then you get our eternal gratitude, as well as thank you on all of the splash screens for the stream starting soon and the coming back soon, and the thank you for watching all of those. You get access to the zetamath exclusive Discord. I think perhaps coolest, you get the Zach emotes for the chat, which I think are cool. You get the little green name, so people know that you're a fan of the stream, with the little windmill that upgrades, and the little windmill upgrades the longer that you are. I find this to be a weird YouTube thing, but the windmill upgrades as you are a fan for longer and longer. So I think that's cool. But anyway, you can do that for as little as $5 a month. So if you have the income to do so and you want to support the stream, we greatly appreciate it. This is a hobby for me, but this is basically Tristan's full-time job to work on zetamath stuff. So we greatly appreciate it. He likes to eat, it turns out. Not as in like he likes to eat a lot. That's me. But he likes to eat more than none. So thank you very much. And Kuraban points out we're getting closer to 2,000 subscribers. So we're at 1,940-ish subscribers. So if you are new around here and you want to add it, then by all means, go ahead and subscribe and get us one closer so we can do a 2K subscriber stream at some point. We have a lot of sort of special streams coming up, so we'll see exactly when that gets in there. But if we do get up to 2,000 subscribers, we'll be very happy people.
Micro study, no one has gotten there yet, but the top level windmill is pink and sparkly. Yes, it is sometimes difficult to get a word in. But Zeta's doing his thing. He does his stream thing.
I did notice this earlier with Qodec is like I'm just so used to the idea that when I'm streaming I have to talk constantly that I have to like somehow like deactivate the part of my brain that is like just keep making words so that the people feel that it is content. It is tricky.
But we will both be back to see you on Sunday. And then I'm streaming on Wednesday. So there's going to be a lot more of me on the stream.
Yes.
And actually, there's going to continue to be a lot more of me on the stream. We haven't really said anything about it, but we are going to have to change our stream schedule coming up. We're going to announce what that's going to look like when we figure it out, which we haven't figured it out yet.
I think there's a lot of people who are in the running for the Pink Windmill micro study.
Yeah, it's people who joined in April are the first who will be the first to have the Pink Windmill.
But yeah, it's really cool when I see like people like Jessica today hit 6 months of supporting, and it's like, wow, I can't believe this has been going on for 6 months. It feels like it just started or whatever. But
when we're coming right up on a year of our Patreon. So we will have been working on making money on this for a year. We have almost made back our expenses.
Almost. We're close. Although you've been saying that for months now, but then every time we almost get there, then it's like, oh well, if we're almost making money now we can get this other thing for the stream.
Yeah. But
someday we'll make it into the green.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, Kuraban, sometimes it just shows random old streams. So like this is stream 128.
7. Oh yeah, 128.
So but it just randomly shows you the old one, so you can see back before I kind of quote knew what I was doing, end quote. But yeah, I was looking at it. We've done something like almost 750 puzzles, I think, because I was looking when I was planning out. I'm going to do a top puzzles of the year video, and I planned out what the puzzles are, but I was looking to see like, okay, how ridiculous is it if I do 25? And it was like, well, given how many puzzles we've done, that's like, one per stream every other week. So I feel like that is a reasonable
We have done
number.
757 puzzles on the stream.
That feels like a reasonable number to choose from that. So anyway, apologies in advance to for Star Waragami, who the original S-Cell puzzle was a shoe-in until I realized that puzzle came out last year and not this year. So apologies in advance that one will not be on the list because it was from last year. But I don't think it made last year's list either, because I think it came out right at the end of last year after I made that list.
758. I only say 757 in our spreadsheet. But it's a lot of hours, Kuraban.
So it's like 12 hours a week for like 52 weeks. I don't know that I can do 12 times 52, but it's a lot.
Oh, I forgot to put Claude on the list. Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel. Yes. I'm still linking to the previous puzzle. Oops. Thank you for reminding me, Daniel. It is 758.
758. Nice. Yeah, so that's it feels like a lot of puzzles. The question is always, how long will it be before I accidentally do a puzzle on stream that I've already done without noticing? That is always the one. I mean, and who knows, maybe it's already happened. But if it has happened, I haven't noticed yet. I know of one very near miss to me doing a puzzle that only like at the back of my head I was like, and I think it turned out I'd done the stream like, or I'd done the puzzle like one stream ago or something like that. It's like it was just like, I feel like I've done this puzzle, but it's in the bucket and it's got a lot of votes. I better do it. Then we can compare the two solves and see if I've improved. That's a good idea, Kuraban. Yeah,
It'd be embarrassing if it took longer the second time.
I mean, it probably would. I mean, I'm getting more experience at Sudoku, but I'm also aging, and so my brain is slowing, I'm told. So we will see. We will see how it goes. It's true. It's true. Yeah, I'm not the young whippersnapper I once was. Alrighty. Well, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you to our turbines, the people who contribute at the top level: David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, Andreas. Thank you so much to everyone for the donations today. I'm not going to try and remember off the top of my head who everyone who donated today was, but a bunch of you did, and it was much appreciated. I think you all got donation dances from Zach.
Yep.
You'll be eating extra herring tonight. He'll be happy. Isabella says she's younger and she did a puzzle twice without noticing. I'm like, there's some types of puzzles that are just fun, but where I don't think I would ever, like, I probably could have done the same Nurikabe puzzle 10 times without noticing when I am doing those, because it's like, these are fun, but they're like candy, and you just sort of like flip through them, and it's like, 5 minutes later, I've done it again. But anyway, that's all for today. Thank you very much. We're going to go eat some sort of food, I believe. A microstudy likes that with Akari. I've never gotten that into Akari. I know Naverio is really, really into Akari as pencil puzzles go.
Eric says more Outer Wilds. The thing about that is we have so many other things going on.
It's not impossible there will be more Outer Wilds, but I think the odds that it is before, at like the very earliest spring break, but realistically before summer, are very little. Just because of timing and other projects and everything else going on. There are many things that happens. But thank you everyone for hanging out. It has been a great time today. It was
Thanks
great
so
streaming
much.
with Qodec, who I see was very recently still in chat. So I hope Qodec sleeps well.
Yep.
Time to go spy and see if the person who I made the Secret Santa thing for has posted anything yet about it.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you soon. Good night.